Chapter 1. The Silent Hum and the Digital Scream. The morning light filtered through the tall, uncurtained windows of Elara Vance's studio, painted the rough-hewn wooden floorboards in stripes of pale gold and warm amber. Dust motes, tiny universes of their own, drifted lazily in the illuminated shafts, catching the light as they danced above spools of meticulously wound silk, linen, and hand-dyed cotton. The air was thick with the honest scent of natural fibers, of beeswax polish on the ancient loom, and a faint, comforting earthiness that always clung to her hands. Elara sat on a simple stool, her back straight but relaxed, the rhythmic thud and whisper of her antique shuttle loom filling the quiet space. It was a symphony of wood and tension, a living, breathing machine that responded to her touch with a predictable grace. Her fingers, calloused and knowing, danced across the taut, unyielding warp threads, guiding the shuttle with a gentle, practiced nudge. Each pass, a whisper of wood against fiber, was a testament to patience, to intention, to the slow, deliberate unfolding of creation. She was weaving a new piece, an intricate tapestry that, to the uninitiated, might look like a complex circuit board. But to Elara, it was a map of interconnectedness, a tangible representation of how energy flowed, how systems found their balance. The warp was fine silver thread, almost invisible, carrying the subtle currents of the design, while the weft, a vibrant spectrum of blues and greens and violets, layered over it, giving form and depth. She felt the threads, not just with her fingertips, but with something deeper, an intuitive understanding of their tension, their integrity, their potential flaws. A single misplaced fiber, a subtle inconsistency in the spin, and the entire structure would subtly falter, a ripple in the intended flow. It was this sensitivity, this uncanny ability to perceive the hidden imperfections in complex systems, that made her work so sought after. But it was also why she so vehemently rejected the digital. Digital systems were anathema. They were abstract, invisible, a world of phantom connections and fleeting data, built on layers of code she couldn't touch, couldn't feel, couldn't mend with her own hands. They promised connection, but delivered only isolation, a pale imitation of true human interaction. The thought of it made her skin prickle with a familiar unease, a deep-seated distrust that had only solidified over the years. She preferred the solid, the real, the undeniable presence of a woven textile, a handcrafted clockwork, a meticulously repaired analog radio. A low, insistent hum vibrated faintly through the floorboards from the street below, the distant, innocuous murmur of city life, a sound she tolerated because it was ambient, not intrusive, unlike the jarring, high-pitched whine of a server farm or the incessant bings and boops of a smart device. She had long ago purged her own life of such digital clutter. Her phone was an ancient rotary model, connected to a landline. Her music came from vinyl records. Her news, from crisp newspaper pages or the occasional, crackly broadcast from her inherited Bakelite radio. It was from this radio, perched on a dusty shelf above her workbench, that snippets of the outside world occasionally bled into her sanctuary. Today, the familiar voice of the local news anchor, usually recounting traffic woes or civic council debates, carried an unusual urgency. Unprecedented collapse, the Chrono-Scape Metaverse, global outages continuing for the third day, no official explanation. Kaelen Thorne's empire, billions lost. Elara barely registered the words. Chrono-Scape. The name itself was a testament to everything she found repellent. A fabricated reality, a digital world where people could escape the messy, beautiful, tangible truth of their own lives. She imagined a vast, swirling vortex of artificial light and sound, utterly devoid of the subtle textures of real existence, the taste of fresh bread, the scent of rain on dry earth, the warmth of a loved one's hand. It was a place for those who preferred illusion to reality, and she had no patience for it. Let their digital playground crumble. Perhaps it would remind them of what was truly real. She pushed her shuttle through another pass, the silver thread catching the light, forming a delicate grid. Her focus was absolute, her world shrinking to the warp and weft, the tension in her hands, the slow, satisfying creation of order from raw material. The sharp, insistent ring of her rotary phone, a sound like a startled bird in the quiet studio, sliced through her concentration. Elara flinched, her hands pausing instinctively. She rarely received calls, and when she did, it was usually Serafina, her vibrant, irrepressible best friend, who possessed an almost supernatural ability to bypass Elara's carefully constructed analog defenses. She sighed, a small, exasperated puff of air, and pushed herself up from the stool. Her knees gave a soft crack, protesting the sudden movement after prolonged stillness. She walked across the studio, her footsteps soft on the wooden floor, and lifted the heavy black receiver. The plastic felt cool and solid in her hand, a familiar comfort. "Elara Vance," she said, her voice calm, a little wary. "Elara, finally, I thought you'd fallen into a wormhole or something." Serafina's voice, bright and breathless, crackled through the earpiece. Even through the ancient phone, her energy was palpable, a force of nature. "Have you seen the news? Heard anything?" Elara leaned against the wall, tracing a pattern in the peeling paint with her free hand. "Serafina, you know I don't see the news in the way you mean. And yes, I heard something about the Chrono-Scape from the radio. Honestly, it barely registered. Another digital hiccup, I imagine." A short, sharp laugh escaped Serafina. "A hiccup? Elara, this isn't a hiccup. This is an extinction-level event for the digital world. It's been 3 days, 3 whole days. And Kaelen Thorne, the great digital demigod, has gone completely silent. No updates, no fixes, nothing from his crack team of geniuses. It's unprecedented." Elara frowned, a tiny wrinkle appearing between her brows. "And why, pray tell, should this concern me? You know my stance on digital technology. It's a house of cards built on sand. It was only a matter of time before it all came tumbling down." She tried to inject a note of dismissiveness into her voice, but a flicker of something, a subtle unease, had begun to stir within her. Serafina rarely got this worked up over anything that wasn't a truly monumental story. And Serafina, despite her own initial Luddite leanings, had always had a nose for the truly compelling, the deeply mysterious. It was why she had been such a formidable tech journalist before her current, freelance phase. Because, Serafina's voice dropped, becoming serious, conspiratorial, this isn't just about code, Elara. Not according to my sources. This is different. They're whispering about something deep, something analog, something entangled. Elara's breath hitched, a small, involuntary gasp. Analog, entangled. The words resonated with a strange, almost physical hum within her, like a distant tuning fork. She gripped the phone tighter, her knuckles white. "What are you talking about, Serafina? Analog. What could Kaelen Thorne, that poster boy for digital abstraction, possibly have that's analog at the core of his metaverse?" "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?" Serafina replied, a hint of excitement, the thrill of the chase, returning to her voice. "My contact, someone very high up who's terrified of a hostile takeover from Thorne's brother, Eris, mentioned a quantum entanglement in the foundational infrastructure. He said it was something physical, something that requires a human touch to untangle. He was practically raving, Elara, about someone with an intuitive understanding of complex systems beyond mere code. Someone who could feel the flaws in intricate designs. Doesn't that sound just a little bit like you?" Elara felt a sudden chill, despite the warmth of the studio. Her mind, usually so clear, so precise, felt suddenly crowded with an unsettling mix of disbelief and a strange, almost magnetic pull. A human touch for a quantum entanglement in an analog core. It was absurd. It was impossible. And yet, the words, like those invisible silver threads she wove, were beginning to form a pattern she couldn't ignore. "Serafina," Elara said slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, "you know I avoid all of that. I build, I repair, I connect. But it's always tangible, always real. Their world, it's a phantom limb." "But what if this isn't their world in the way you think?" Serafina pressed, her voice urgent now. "What if Kaelen Thorne, for all his digital wizardry, secretly built something? That requires your kind of understanding, something he can't even comprehend himself because he's so lost in the zeros and ones. Think about it, Elara. A quantum entanglement in a physical system. It's like a flaw in a giant, invisible loom, a thread broken deep within the weave that no one can find with a microscope, only with a true weaver's touch. You're the only one I know who could even begin to make sense of something like that." Elara closed her eyes, the familiar scent of her studio suddenly feeling foreign, intrusive. The quiet hum of the city, once a comfort, now seemed to deepen, to take on a new, unsettling resonance, like the silent scream of a failing machine. The idea was preposterous. Kaelen Thorne, the architect of Chrono-Scape, the man who lived and breathed pure data, needing asterisk her. It was like asking a master tailor to fix a glitch in a holographic fashion show. And yet, the words Serafina had relayed, the specific descriptions, resonated with a disturbing accuracy to her own unique abilities. She could feel the flaws. She could mend the intricate. But to step into Kaelen Thorne's world, a world she had so carefully, so deliberately, distanced herself from, the thought alone was suffocating. "I need to think," Elara murmured, barely audible. I need to work. I'll call you back." She hung up the phone with a decisive click, the sound echoing in the sudden silence of the studio. She walked back to her loom, her movements stiff, uncharacteristically hesitant. She sat down, picked up the shuttle, but her hands felt heavy, unresponsive. The rhythm was broken. The threads, once so clear in their purpose, now seemed to tangle in her mind, a chaotic mess of possibilities she desperately wanted to ignore. A silent hum in her own core, a disquieting vibration, had begun. Far away, cocooned within the sterile, biosecure fortress that was his personal estate, Kaelen Thorne felt a different kind of hum. It was a high-pitched, almost infrasonic thrum that vibrated through the very bones of the building, a constant, insidious reminder of impending collapse. The air, recycled and perfectly conditioned, felt thick and unbreathable, heavy with the digital static of a dying world. Kaelen sat in the center of his command room, a vast, circular chamber where holographic displays normally shimmered with the vibrant, impossibly detailed landscapes of the Chrono-Scape metaverse. Now, those displays flickered with erratic bursts of static, digital snow, and ghost images that appeared and vanished in nauseating blips. The room, designed to be the nexus of his digital empire, had become a tomb. He was curled in a high-backed ergonomic chair, his posture hunched, his gaze fixed on the central display, which currently showed a fractured, pixelated image of what was once the Nexus City, the glittering heart of Chrono-Scape. It looked like a broken mirror, reflecting nothing but chaos. His hands, usually restless, constantly gesturing, were clasped tightly between his knees, his knuckles white with strain. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, despite the room's cool temperature. Kaelen Thorne, the visionary, the titan of tech, who had built a digital universe more real to him than the physical one outside, was in a quiet panic. Agoraphobia had always been his constant companion, a suffocating blanket that made the mere thought of stepping beyond his carefully controlled environments a source of visceral terror. Chrono-Scape had been his refuge, his sanctuary, his everything. Within its boundless digital planes, he was free. He could connect, He could build. He could exist without the crushing weight of the outside. Now, that sanctuary was crumbling around him, and with it, his very sense of self. He squeezed his eyes shut for a brief moment, picturing the vast, open sky of Chrono-Scape, the impossible sunsets, the feel of virtual wind on his virtual skin. He remembered the thrill of creating new worlds, of seeing millions connect, laugh, and live within his creation. That was where he truly lived. That was where he truly felt. And now, that feeling was being ripped away, pixel by agonizing pixel. A frustrated sigh escaped Margot, his lead programmer, who stood before a bank of monitors, her fingers flying across a keyboard with a frantic, desperate energy. Lines of code scrolled relentlessly, a torrent of green text against black, but every other line seemed to flash red, an angry, persistent error message that defied all logic. Her face, usually sharp and confident, was now etched with exhaustion and a growing, desperate bewilderment. It's not making sense, Kaelen," Margot muttered, running a hand through her short, cropped hair, leaving it standing on end. Her voice was taut with stress. "I've run every diagnostic, every patch, every rollback sequence. We've isolated the core anomaly, but it's not responding to any digital commands. It's not even code." Kaelen opened his eyes, his gaze still fixed on the central holographic display, which just then shuddered violently, throwing a cascade of corrupted data across the room. He felt a tremor go through him, a cold dread that pierced through his carefully constructed stoicism. "Tell me again, Margot," he said, his voice low, strained. "What did the deep scan identify? What did you call it?" Margot turned, her movements stiff with fatigue. "A quantum entanglement, sir, in the core analog infrastructure. It's a structural anomaly, not a software bug. It's almost as if the foundational elements, the ones that bridge the quantum processors to the actual physical network, have become twisted, interwoven in a way that defies logic. We can't even get a clean data read from it. It's like a void at the heart of the system." She gestured vaguely at the flickering screens, her frustration evident. "It's like trying to debug a broken piece of copper wire with a programming language. It's archaic. It's impossible." Kaelen knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it was far from impossible. He had built it. The analog core, a sprawling, intricate network of quantum processors and real-world conductors, had been his secret project, his personal safeguard against the inherent instability of pure digital systems. He had called it the Nexus Weaver, an interwoven matrix designed to ground Chrono-Scape in a tangible, if hidden, reality. He had wanted stability, an unbreakable foundation. Now, that very foundation was turning on him. He had designed it to be impervious to digital attacks, to be beyond the reach of conventional hacking. He had never considered it would be impervious to his own digital fixes. The entanglement. He remembered his old mentor, a brilliant but eccentric physicist, talking about the delicate balance required for true quantum cohesion, the way subtle, almost imperceptible imperfections in the physical alignment of systems could create unpredictable, self-sustaining anomalies. He had dismissed it then, confident in his precision engineering. Now, those warnings echoed in the desolate silence of his command center. "Eris is already circling," Margot continued, oblivious to Kaelen's internal torment. "His PR team is spinning this as a catastrophic failure of your untested analog innovations. He's going to use this as leverage for a hostile takeover, Kaelen. If we don't fix this, and soon, the Chrono-Scape won't just be offline. It will be gone, and so will everything you've built." Kaelen barely heard the threat. His brother, Eris, was a predator, always had been. But the thought of losing Chrono-Scape, of his entire digital world dissolving into nothingness, eclipsed all other fears. It wasn't just his empire, it was his lifeblood. Without it, he was adrift, utterly exposed to the raw, uncontrolled chaos of the physical world he so desperately avoided. He looked at Margot, her eyes red-rimmed, her shoulders slumped. He knew she was brilliant, one of the best. If she, with all her digital prowess, couldn't even begin to unravel this quantum entanglement with code, then his situation was far more dire than he had allowed himself to acknowledge. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with algorithms or firewalls. This was something different, something that required a different kind of mind, a different kind of touch. He remembered the old whisperings he had dismissed years ago, during the Nexus Weaver's initial construction, from some of the more esoteric consultants. They had spoken of intuitive alignment, of feeling the flow of the analog currents. He had laughed them out of his office. He, Kaelen Thorne, the master of logic and data, was not going to rely on some new age mysticism to build the foundation of his digital empire. But now, as the digital scream intensified, a low, grating feedback loop emanating from the dying displays, he wondered. He thought of the words from those long-forgotten reports, buried deep in his archives, dismissed as irrelevant. A human touch to untangle. The phrases floated through the static-filled air of his dying world, a desperate, impossible whisper of hope in the encroaching digital darkness. He felt a tremor in his stomach, a cold, hard knot of fear, and a dawning, terrifying realization. He needed someone who understood the analog, not just as a concept, but as a living, breathing system. Someone who could feel the threads, the subtle imperfections, the points of impossible entanglement. Someone who could mend what no code could touch. The thought was deeply unsettling, violating his every instinct for control and isolation. But the alternative was unthinkable. His world, his precious Chrono-Scape, was dying. And he, Kaelen Thorne, was utterly powerless to stop it. Chapter 2. A reluctant summons. The sterile hum of the server racks, usually a soothing lullaby to Kaelen Thorne, had twisted into a discordant screech, a siren wail echoing the chaos blooming across the Chrono-Scape. He stood, or rather, hovered, near the primary console in his command center, a vast, circular chamber that felt less like a room and more like the nerve center of a dying god. Walls of shimmering data displays, usually alive with the vibrant tapestry of his metaverse, now flickered with a sickly green, then a stark, terrifying black. Each blink was a spasm, a tiny death knell for the world he had painstakingly built. A cold dread, sharp and suffocating, had taken root deep in Kaelen's chest, blossoming with each flickering anomaly on the array of monitors that ringed his command center. It wasn't just the digital realm that was fracturing. The real world, intertwined with Chrono-Scape in ways most people didn't even comprehend, was beginning to hum with the same ominous dissonance. Minor disruptions, isolated at first, were now multiplying with alarming speed. Traffic lights across major cities in the eastern seaboard had winked out for agonizing seconds, plunging intersections into terrifying gridlock. Automated manufacturing plants had reported momentary system freezes, causing costly production halts. Even the smart grids, usually impeccably managed, experienced microfluctuations, invisible to the untrained eye, but a glaring red flag to anyone monitoring the global infrastructure. Kaelen felt each ripple not just as data points on a screen, but as a physical blow, a tightening band around his own chest. His creation, his sanctuary, was bleeding out, and the wounds were starting to fester in the very fabric of reality. Margot, his brilliant lead programmer, hunched over her station, her usually precise movements now jerky with frustration. Her dark hair, typically pulled back in a severe bun, had escaped its confines, framing a face streaked with exhaustion and a stubborn, desperate resolve. "It's not making any sense, Kaelen," she muttered, her voice raspy from hours of strained conversation and caffeine. "We've rerouted, recompiled, resequenced every conceivable variable. It's like trying to untangle a knot that isn't really a knot, but a distortion in the fabric itself." Kaelen pressed a gloved hand to his temple, the fabric providing a small, almost negligible barrier against the oppressive weight of the air. He hadn't left his estate in years, his agoraphobia a constant, invisible prison. Chrono-Scape was his window to the world, his canvas, his only true connection. Without it, he was not just isolated, he was erased. The thought made a tremor run through him, a cold, empty terror that threatened to unravel his carefully constructed composure. He relied on the digital world for everything, for comfort, for interaction, for the very sense of purpose that kept the gnawing anxiety at bay. The idea of it dissolving, leaving him alone in this vast, silent, real-world fortress was unbearable. He was a creature of code, a ghost in the machine, and if the machine died, so did he. He stared at the central holographic display, a swirling vortex of corrupted data that had once been the beating heart of Chrono-Scape. "The quantum entanglement," he said, his voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the urgency of the moment. "You're still certain it's at the core?" Margot ran a hand through her hair, a gesture of defeat. "Certain, Kaelen. It's a fundamental break, not a bug. It's like the universe decided to fold in on itself at a microscopic level, right where our analog core infrastructure interfaces with the digital. We're throwing bleeding-edge quantum algorithms at it, and they're just bouncing off, or worse, getting swallowed." She slammed a fist lightly on her desk, the soft thud swallowed by the larger hum. "It's like trying to fix a broken thought with a screwdriver." The days bled into each other, each moment a deepening plunge into the abyss. The air in the command center grew thick with unaddressed fear, the scent of ozone and stale coffee clinging to everything. Kaelen watched his most brilliant minds, usually vibrant with inventive energy, grow dim, their faces etched with the same helpless despair that was slowly consuming him. He felt the cold touch of failure, a sensation he hadn't known since his early, uncertain days as a prodigy, before Chrono-Scape had become his shield and his crown. While Margot and her team chased digital ghosts, Jax, Kaelen's stoic head of security, moved with his usual quiet efficiency, a shadow among the flickering screens. He had watched the frustration mount, seen the exhaustion drain the life from the programmers. Jax understood systems, not just digital ones, but the human systems of command and morale. He knew when a current approach was futile. He knew when to look elsewhere. He retreated to a forgotten corner of Kaelen's vast digital archives, a subsection labeled Project Chimera Alpha Prototypes. It was a dusty corner, metaphorically speaking, a place where ideas too radical, too unconventional even for Kaelen's visionary mind, had been filed away. There, buried under layers of deprecated code and obsolete schematics, he found it. A series of design documents, hand-drawn diagrams, and cryptic research notes detailing a preliminary concept for Chrono-Scape's core infrastructure. It was an analog core, not merely as a backup, but as the foundational layer, a complex, interwoven lattice of physical components designed to interface directly with quantum phenomena. The designs were stunning in their intricacy, almost organic in their flow, a stark contrast to the rigid logic of digital architecture. The accompanying notes spoke of intuitive system mending, a phrase that had been underlined multiple times, almost feverishly, in the original designer's scrawl. The text described a hypothetical ability to feel the flaws in complex, nonlinear systems, to perceive them as a disruption in an intricate pattern, and to mend them with a human touch rather than algorithmic intervention. It sounded like something out of a myth, a piece of ancient lore stumbled upon in a futuristic tomb. The name attached to these notes was almost entirely obscured by a faded coffee stain, but with careful digital enhancement, Jax managed to decipher a few letters. Vance. Jax felt a strange jolt. He was a man of logic, of protocol, of verifiable facts. This intuitive mending sounded like pure fantasy. Yet, He had seen Margot's team exhaust every logical, verifiable digital fact available. He had witnessed the utter failure of code to address this quantum entanglement. The stakes were too high to dismiss anything, no matter how outlandish. He remembered the earliest days of Chrono-Scape, Kaelen's initial vision, before it became the polished, digital titan it was today. There had been whispers then, fleeting notions of something deeper, something beyond the purely electronic. This file felt like an echo of that lost path. He presented his findings to Kaelen, the single printed folder a stark, almost defiant presence against the glowing screens. Kaelen, his eyes heavy with sleepless nights, picked it up, his brow furrowed in confusion. Vance, he murmured, tracing the faded name. I don't remember this. This early, analog concept, it was scrapped. Too unpredictable, too inefficient for scale. Perhaps, Jax replied, his voice level, but your current approach is yielding no results. Margot's team is breaking. The disruptions are escalating. Major air traffic control systems reported a 2-minute full outage in the Pacific Rim an hour ago. Global financial markets are experiencing unprecedented micro-crashes. The Dark Age scenario, Kaelen, it's not a possibility anymore. It's becoming an eventuality. Kaelen paled, the fear in his eyes deepening. He knew the projections. He had built the models. A total collapse of Chrono-Scape would sever the invisible threads that bound modern society, plunging the world into an era not just without digital comfort, but without basic infrastructure. Food delivery, medical supplies, communication, transportation, all of it relied on the intricate, often unseen digital frameworks he had created. And now, those frameworks were failing. Find her, Kaelen said, his voice regaining a fraction of its usual authority, though it was still laced with a desperate edge. Find Vance. Bring her here, whatever it takes. Elara Vance's studio was a sanctuary of soft light, natural fibers, and the quiet rhythm of creation. The scent of beeswax, linen, and drying plant dyes hung in the air, a comforting counterpoint to the distant, muted hum of the city she largely ignored. She sat at her loom, her hands moving with practiced grace, guiding threads of raw silk through a complex pattern that was taking shape beneath her fingers. Each thread was a line of code, each not a precise algorithm, each color a nuanced data point in the intricate system she was weaving. It was a language she understood, a world she controlled, far removed from the chaotic, ephemeral nature of the digital realm. She had heard the vague reports of Chrono-Scape's troubles, her friend Serafina having rattled them off with an almost gleeful schadenfreude. Serafina, ever the tech journalist despite her current career pivot, had hinted at something deeper, something beyond a mere software glitch. But Elara had dismissed it. Technology, to her, was a fleeting fad, a transient distraction from the enduring beauty of tangible creation. She saw the digital world as a superficial veneer, constantly prone to decay, while her textiles, her analog circuits, were built to last, to withstand the test of time and touch. A shadow fell across the sun-drenched floorboards. Elara looked up, her fingers pausing mid-stitch, to see a man standing in the doorway. He was tall, imposing, dressed in a sleek, dark suit that seemed to absorb the light. His eyes, the color of gunmetal, scanned her studio with an unsettling intensity, taking in the looms, the skeins of yarn, the intricate circuit boards laid out on a workbench. He was an alien presence in her meticulously ordered world. "Elara Vance?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly baritone that seemed to vibrate through the very air. "That depends," Elara replied, her gaze steady, unflinching. "Who's asking?" "My name is Jax. I work for Kaelen Thorne." The name hung in the air, a discordant note in her peaceful studio. Kaelen Thorne, the architect of the Chrono-Scape, the billionaire who had built the digital prison that so many willingly entered. Elara felt an immediate, visceral recoil. "Kaelen Thorne," she repeated, a note of disdain coloring her tone. I suppose he's finally managed to break his internet machine beyond repair. Jax did not flinch, his expression remaining impassive. Chrono-Scape is experiencing an unprecedented system-wide collapse, a quantum entanglement in the core Analogue infrastructure. Elara scoffed, a short, sharp sound. Analogue, that's rich. The great Kaelen Thorne, builder of digital empires, suddenly has an analog problem. Did he finally run out of ones and zeros? She turned back to her loom, her fingers resuming their delicate dance, a clear signal of dismissal. I have no interest in Kaelen Thorne's digital playthings, nor his analog failings. My work is here. It's real. It's tangible. We found your research, Jax continued, unperturbed, his voice unwavering. Your early designs for an analog core, your concept of intuitive system mending. Elara paused again, a thread held taut between her fingers. A flicker of something, curiosity perhaps, or a faint stirring of old intellectual passion, registered in her eyes. That was years ago, she said, almost to herself. A theoretical exercise. Kaelen Thorne's people dismissed it as unscalable, unprovable. They wanted cold, hard code, not intuition. She let the word hang, heavy with the weight of past dismissals. And now they come knocking. What do you want, Mr. Jax? A miracle. I don't dabble in digital fairy tales. Jax took a step further into the studio, his presence filling the space, making the very air feel heavier. He began to speak, not in the language of tech, but in the stark, unvarnished truth of human consequence. The collapse is not just affecting the metaverse, Ms. Vance. It's a fundamental unraveling. Communication networks, global supply chains, critical infrastructure, financial systems, they're all intertwined with Chrono-Scape. The minor disruptions we're seeing now are just the beginning. Without a swift resolution, without someone who can understand and mend this specific, unique type of flaw, we are looking at a global dark age. Not a metaphorical one, but a very real, very terrifying regression. Elara's hands, which had been deftly manipulating the threads, stilled completely. She looked at Jax, truly looked at him, and saw not just a security enforcer, but a man burdened by the weight of an impending catastrophe. The intensity in his eyes was not for Kaelen Thorne's empire, but for something far greater. Dark age, she whispered, the concept a chilling whisper against the warmth of her studio. She thought of the intricate patterns of human connection, the delicate threads that bound communities, nations. She saw them, not as abstract concepts, but as tangible constructs, vulnerable to severance. It was one thing to dislike the digital world, to view it as unnecessary noise. It was another entirely to consider its sudden, violent eradication and the chaos that would follow. Her Luddite stance had always been about choice, about a preference for the tangible. This was about forced loss, about the tearing apart of the very fabric of society. Mass power outages, grid failures, communication blackouts on a global scale. Hospitals without power, supply lines crippled, financial markets in freefall, food distribution networks grinding to a halt, Jax enumerated. Each word a hammer blow against her carefully constructed detachment. Imagine the systems that keep your basic needs met. Now imagine them gone. Imagine the riots, the panic, the sheer, unimaginable suffering. Millions, possibly billions, will be affected. It is not about Kaelen Thorne's profits, Ms. Vance. It is about the world, your world, our world. Elara felt a cold knot form in her stomach. She pictured the threads of society, the invisible circuits of human interaction, ripping apart. It was a vivid, horrifying image, clearer than any technical diagram. She saw the patterns, the intricate, fragile dependencies, and the sheer devastation of their unraveling. Her dislike of technology had always been rooted in a desire for simplicity, for the enduring. But this wasn't about simplicity, it was about destruction. Her heart, so attuned to the delicate balance of her art, ached at the thought of such widespread discord. Serafina's words from days ago echoed in her mind, a faint but persistent hum. What if it's not just a glitch, Elara? What if it's something bigger? She closed her eyes, picturing the faces of strangers, the vulnerable, the unsuspecting. She saw the threads of their lives, bright and vibrant, suddenly severed, frayed, and left to unravel. Her personal philosophy, her carefully cultivated distance from the digital world, suddenly felt small, almost selfish, in the face of such a looming catastrophe. She had always believed in mending, in restoring balance. This was the largest, most critical mending task imaginable. She opened her eyes, meeting Jax's unwavering gaze. "I despise what Kaelen Thorne represents," she said, her voice low, strained. "The constant push for ephemeral digital progress at the expense of genuine human connection. The way his Chrono-Scape seduces people into abandoning the real world." She paused, her gaze sweeping over her loom, her hands, the tangible proof of her life's work. "But I cannot stand by and watch the world burn because of his hubris. Not if there's even a minuscule chance I can help." A long silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the distant sounds of the city and the gentle creak of her studio as it settled. Jax offered no platitudes, no sales pitch. He simply waited, his expression unreadable. Finally, Elara let out a long, slow breath, a sigh that carried the weight of a monumental decision. She ran a hand over the smooth, polished wood of her loom, a silent farewell to the piece she was about to abandon. "Very well," she said, the words feeling foreign and heavy on her tongue. "I will come. But understand this, Mr. Jax. I'm not here to save Kaelen Thorne's empire. I am here for the people, for the threads of humanity he seems so intent on ignoring." Jax gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Understood, Ms. Vance. We have a vehicle waiting." Lara looked around her studio one last time, taking in the familiar comfort of her sanctuary. It felt like she was stepping into another dimension, leaving behind everything she knew and loved for a world she actively resisted. She picked up a small, intricately woven circuit board, its delicate copper traces shining softly. It was a piece of her, a symbol of her unique way of seeing the world. She would need it. She would need all of herself for whatever lay ahead. The journey to Kaelen Thorne's estate was a blur of sleek, silent efficiency. The armored vehicle was a cocoon of luxury and impenetrable glass, separating her from the world outside. Through the tinted windows, she watched the urban landscape gradually give way to sprawling, manicured wilderness. The estate itself was an architectural marvel, a fortress of steel and glass rising from the earth, blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape while simultaneously asserting its dominance. High walls, laser grids, and an array of surveillance drones patrolled the perimeter. It was a place designed for absolute security, for absolute isolation. A perfect cage for an agoraphobic billionaire. Lara felt a prickle of apprehension. She was stepping into the lion's den, into the heart of the very digital beast she had spent her life avoiding. The thought of confronting Kaelen Thorne, the man who embodied everything she distrusted about modern technology, sent a shiver down her spine. But beneath the apprehension, a different kind of sensation began to stir. A faint hum, a subtle vibration in the air. It was the presence of a vast, complex system, wounded and crying out. She could feel it, an intricate, almost musical discord, even from outside the walls. The quantum entanglement, it was calling to her. And she, the reluctant mender, was finally answering the summons. Chapter 3, Worlds Collide. The air inside the climate-controlled transport hummed with an artificial chill, pressing against Elara's skin through the soft weave of her linen shirt. She smoothed a wrinkle from her skirt, a nervous habit, though she knew the fabric would resist any lasting crease. Outside the bulletproof window, the manicured emerald perfection of the estate grounds stretched, an unsettlingly symmetrical landscape that seemed to mock the wild, untamed beauty of her own small garden. This place, Kaelen Thorne's sanctuary, felt less like a home and more like a fortress. A high-tech prison designed to keep the world out, and perhaps to keep its occupant in. A shiver, unrelated to the artificial cool, traced a path down her spine. The transport glided silently to a halt before a massive, seamless wall of dark, reflective material. No visible seams, no handles, just an impenetrable sheen that mirrored the pale, worried oval of her face. A barely perceptible shift in the surface, a soft sigh of hydraulics, and a section of the wall receded inward, revealing a cavernous, equally sterile interior. The air here was even colder, thinner, carrying a faint, metallic scent she couldn't quite place. It pricked her nose, sharp and alien, a stark contrast to the familiar aroma of damp earth and blooming jasmine she usually breathed. Jax, ever the silent sentinel, was already opening her door. His movements were fluid, precise, a testament to years of training. He offered a hand, but Elara waved it away, stepping out onto a polished floor that gleamed under an unseen light source. The surface was so smooth, so utterly devoid of imperfection, that it felt unnatural beneath her worn leather sandals. Every sound, even the soft scuff of her steps, seemed to echo in the vast, empty space, amplified by the silent, unyielding surfaces. This was not a place built for warmth, for life, for the gentle chaos of human existence. It was a monument to control, to order, to the absolute mastery of environment. She hugged her small, hand-woven satchel closer, her fingers tracing the familiar texture of its threads. It was her anchor, her small piece of realness in this digital void. The rough wool felt comforting against her palm, a tactile reminder of the tangible world she had deliberately chosen. "Welcome to the Thorne estate, Ms. Vance." Jax's voice was a low, even baritone, cutting through the silence with a polite efficiency that bordered on robotic. "If you'll follow me, we need to complete a brief security protocol." Brief, everything here was efficient, streamlined, designed to minimize human friction. Elara felt a familiar tightness in her chest, a resistance to being processed, categorized, scanned. She preferred the unpredictable, the organic, the flawed. She loathed the idea of her unique biological signature being reduced to data points, flattened into a digital file. But she was here, wasn't she? For the greater good, as Jax had so solemnly put it. For the millions, billions even, whose lives were slowly unraveling with Chrono-Scape. She took a deep, steadying breath, trying to push down the rising tide of unease, reminding herself of Seraphina's urgent pleas, of the grim news reports she'd finally allowed herself to listen to. This wasn't about her comfort, it was about the world. They walked down a long, white corridor. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all the same unblemished, luminous white, creating an unsettling sense of infinite space, or perhaps no space at all. It felt like walking inside a computer chip, every dimension perfectly rendered, perfectly sterile. There were no paintings, no plants, no personal touches whatsoever. Just the relentless hum of unseen machinery, a low thrum that vibrated subtly through the soles of her shoes, a constant background noise that grated on her senses. She felt eyes on her, a persistent, unseen gaze. It wasn't Jax. His presence was solid, grounded beside her, a reassuring weight in the oppressive emptiness. This was different, a pervasive surveillance that seeped into the very atmosphere of the estate, making the hairs on her arms stand on end. She knew, intellectually, that Kaelen Thorne was likely watching her, a reclusive billionaire hiding behind his screens, dissecting her every move. The thought made her skin crawl. She hated the feeling of being an exhibit, a specimen under a microscope, her very humanity reduced to data. The security protocol involved stepping into a cylindrical chamber that hissed shut around her. A soft green light washed over her, then a blue, then a rapid succession of others, probing, analyzing. She closed her eyes, trying to focus on the rhythmic beat of her own heart, on the imagined warmth of her familiar loom, the scent of dyed wool. She hated this. The invasion, the cold clinical assessment, the feeling of being utterly exposed. When the chamber finally hissed open, she felt a profound sense of relief, even though it had only lasted a few seconds. The sense of being re-released into the world, even this sterile one, was palpable. "All clear, Ms. Vance," Jax said. His expression remained unreadable, a carefully constructed mask of professional neutrality. "Now, if you'll come this way, Ms. Alastair is waiting." Ms. Alastair, Margot. The name brought with it a fresh wave of apprehension, a tightening in her stomach. Seraphina had briefed her, somewhat irreverently, on Kaelen's team. Margot was the coding genius, the one who believed in logic and algorithms above all else, seeing the world as a series of solvable equations. Elara knew, instinctively, they were destined to clash. Their worldviews were diametrically opposed, a chasm of understanding separating them. They entered a vast, open-plan space, bathed in the cool glow of hundreds of holographic displays. Figures moved among them, their faces illuminated by the shifting light of data streams, their fingers flying across invisible keyboards. The air thrummed with a different kind of energy here, a frantic, almost desperate buzz of intellectual activity, a symphony of clicking keys and hushed, urgent conversations. It was the frantic, beating heart of Chrono-Scape, and it was dying. The sheer volume of concentrated thought and anxiety in the room was almost suffocating. Margot Alastair stood by a central console, her posture rigid, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun that seemed to emphasize the sharpness of her features. She wore a sleek, dark jumpsuit that seemed to swallow the light, making her appear even more severe and unapproachable. Her eyes, framed by dark-rimmed glasses, flicked to Elara with an almost palpable disdain. There was no warmth in her gaze, only a sharp, analytical assessment, as if Elara were a particularly baffling bug in her code. "Ms. Vance," Margot's voice was clipped, precise, like the click of a well-oiled machine, devoid of any inflection of welcome. "Jax tells me you've decided to grace us with your presence. I trust your journey from the Stone Age was uneventful." Elara felt her jaw tighten. The dismissive tone, the immediate, condescending insult. It was exactly as she'd anticipated, a direct challenge. She met Margot's gaze, refusing to flinch, holding her ground. "The journey was perfectly adequate, Ms. Alastair. As for the Stone Age, I find that a rather broad generalization for a world that still relies on analog principles for its most fundamental functions." She let her gaze sweep pointedly over the gleaming, physical servers humming around them, the very tangible hardware that underpinned Margot's digital domain, a silent rebuke to the programmer's implied superiority. Margot's lips thinned, a flash of annoyance crossing her face. "Cute. Look, Ms. Vance, let's be clear. We've exhausted every viable digital solution. Every line of code, every quantum algorithm, every diagnostic protocol has been run, stress-tested, and reevaluated. This quantum entanglement theory is a last resort, a desperate, entirely unscientific Hail Mary. We're entertaining it because Mr. Thorne is desperate, not because anyone here believes your intuitive system mending has any basis in reality." She made air quotes around the phrase, her voice dripping with sarcasm, her belief in her own intellectual supremacy radiating outward like heat. Elara felt a slow burn of anger, but she kept her voice even, composed, a quiet strength underpinning her words. She would not descend to Margot's level of petty antagonism. "And yet, here I am. And here you are, Ms. Alastair, still without a solution, despite all your viable digital solutions." She paused, letting the silence stretch, before continuing. "Perhaps it's time to consider that reality extends beyond the parameters of your code. That some problems cannot be solved by simply rewriting an algorithm. Margot scoffed, turning back to her console with an impatient gesture, dismissing Elara as if she were a minor irritant. Save the philosophical musings for your knitting circle, Ms. Vance. We have a collapsing global network here. Time is a luxury we don't possess. She gestured to a small, enclosed room off to the side. We've set up a diagnostic station for you. Jax will take you there. Try not to break anything with your ancient methodologies. The contempt in her voice was unmistakable. Elara watched her retreating back, a profound weariness settling over her. This was going to be harder than she thought. Not just the problem itself, but the sheer wall of intellectual arrogance she was up against, the entrenched belief that anything outside of digital logic was invalid. Jax placed a gentle hand on her arm, a silent gesture of understanding, a small comfort in the face of such hostility. She's under immense pressure, Ms. Vance, he said quietly, his voice pitched low enough that Margot wouldn't overhear, a rare breach in his usual reserve. We all are. Chrono-Scape is more than just a game. It's become the backbone of global commerce, communication, even infrastructure management. The collapse is catastrophic. People are losing livelihoods, connections, essential services. Elara nodded, closing her eyes for a brief moment, letting the full weight of his words sink in. She knew. She understood the stakes. That's why she was here, despite every fiber of her being screaming in protest against this sterile digital prison. She opened her eyes, meeting Jax's steady gaze. I understand, Jax, truly, but hostility isn't helping anyone. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit observation room high above the operations center, Kaelen Thorne watched Elara on a bank of monitors. His fingers twitched, a nervous habit he'd developed over years of self-imposed isolation, as he adjusted the magnification on one screen, bringing her face into sharper focus. She was different, not like the sleek, polished executives or the hyper-focused engineers he was accustomed to, the manufactured perfection of his usual interactions. Her clothes were simple, practical, made of natural fibers that seemed to absorb the harsh glare of his digital world rather than reflect it. Her hair, a rich chestnut brown, was pulled back in a loose braid, a few strands escaping to frame a face that held both determination and a hint of vulnerability, a fascinating dichotomy. He had watched her since the moment she arrived. Her initial aversion to the security scan had been clear, a subtle tightening of her shoulders, a brief closing of her eyes, a minute shift in her posture that spoke volumes. He understood that visceral reaction to being scrutinized, to having one's privacy invaded, to being reduced to data. It was a mirror of his own constant struggle with the outside world, though his manifested as a crushing agoraphobia, hers as a quiet defiance, a steadfast refusal to conform. He saw the way she met Margot's belligerence, not with anger, but with a calm, intellectual counterargument, a quiet strength that surprised him. A faint smile touched his lips. She wasn't intimidated. That was good. He needed someone who wasn't afraid to challenge assumptions, even his own, someone who could see beyond the parameters he had so carefully constructed. He leaned back in his ergonomic chair, the soft leather creaking faintly. The room was his sanctuary, a bubble of silence and control, meticulously designed to keep the overwhelming, unpredictable world at bay. From here, he could interact with his world, with Chrono-Scape, without having to physically confront the dizzying chaos of human interaction. But now that world was broken, and the solution, apparently, lay in the hands of a woman who seemed to embody everything he had tried to escape, everything he struggled to comprehend about the real world. Jax, Kaelen's voice, though amplified through the comms, still held a strained quality, a whisper of his reclusiveness, a fragility that rarely escaped his carefully curated persona. Is she comfortable? The question sounded absurd, even to him, in this sterile environment, but he couldn't help but ask. Jax's voice came through his earpiece, calm and reassuring, a steady presence amidst Kaelen's internal turmoil. As comfortable as can be expected, Kaelen, Margot was direct. Kaelen sighed, a sound that was barely audible even to himself, a soft exhalation of frustration and resignation. I saw. Remind her of the urgency, Jax, and the unconventional nature of the problem. He hated having to mediate, to manage the personalities of his team, especially when he couldn't even bring himself to be in the same room. His agoraphobia was a constant, suffocating weight, a phantom hand squeezing his throat. The thought of stepping out, of facing Elara directly, made his chest constrict, his breath catch. He felt a wave of nausea, the familiar prelude to a panic attack, his vision blurring at the edges. He gripped the arms of his chair, focusing on the steady rhythm of his own breathing, on the cold, smooth metal beneath his fingertips. He had to be strong for Chrono-Scape, for everyone. He had to trust this woman, this analog anomaly, with his entire world. Back in the operations center, Elara followed Jax through another series of gleaming corridors. The diagnostic station Margot had mentioned was a small, sparsely furnished room, dominated by a large, circular table embedded with various holographic displays. It felt like an interrogation room, cold and impersonal, not a workspace designed for creative problem-solving. "This isn't where I'll be working, is it?" Elara asked, her voice quiet, a slight tremor of apprehension in her tone. "I need to be physically present with the infrastructure itself. I need to touch it to feel it." Jax nodded. "That's the plan. This is just an initial briefing room, a place to leave your belongings, perhaps. I'm taking you to the Analogue core now. It's an extensive facility, unlike anything you've likely encountered." They continued their journey, descending several levels in a silent, high-speed elevator. The pressure change was subtle, a gentle pop in her ears, a fleeting sensation of being disconnected from the surface world. The atmosphere shifted as they went deeper. The air grew cooler, but not the artificial chill of the upper levels. This was a damp, earthy coolness, carrying a faint, almost primal scent, like ozone mixed with something metallic and organic, a whisper of decay and creation all at once. The relentless hum of the digital world began to recede, replaced by a different kind of sound, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in her bones. A deep chord struck in the very bedrock of the estate. They emerged into a different world entirely. Gone were the white, sterile corridors. Here, the walls were a dull, matte gray, rough to the touch, and the lighting was softer, a diffused, almost ambient glow that cast long, dancing shadows, giving the immense space a sense of intimate mystery. The space was vast, cavernous, yet felt intensely intricate, every surface covered in subtle textures and almost invisible patterns. Before her, stretching into the gloom, was the Chrono-Scape's physical analog infrastructure. It was unlike anything Elara had ever seen, or even imagined. It was a labyrinthine network, not of wires and circuit boards, but of something far more complex, more organic. Thousands upon thousands of translucent conduits, like veins or nerve fibers, interwove and spiraled, forming intricate, shimmering patterns that defied easy comprehension. They pulsed with a faint, inner light, a soft, ethereal blue that seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding with a slow, deliberate rhythm. These conduits fed into larger, crystalline structures that resembled giant, intricately carved geodes, each one subtly vibrating, humming with an unseen power, a silent song of pure energy. It was a living tapestry, a woven landscape of quantum processors, each thread connected, each node a nexus of immense computational power. It was beautiful in a terrifying, alien way, a marvel of engineering that blurred the lines between technology and biology. She could see, even from a distance, the delicate balance of its construction, the purposeful, almost artistic placement of each component. It wasn't just engineered. It was designed, crafted with an eye for harmony and flow, a silent poem written in light and matter. Elara took a step forward, then another, drawn in by the sheer complexity, the intricate dance of light and shadow, the whispering emanations from the structures. Her textile artist's eye immediately recognized patterns, repetitions, and divergences that would be invisible to an untrained observer. It was like looking at the most complex lacework, or a highly advanced microcircuit board rendered on a monumental scale, imbued with a strange, bioluminescent glow, each thread carrying a pulse of quantum information. She reached out a hand, not quite touching, but feeling the subtle emanations from the structures, the faint warmth, the almost imperceptible vibration in the air. The air here was cool, but not cold, carrying that same earthy, metallic scent, but now it was stronger, more defined, almost pungent, as if she were standing inside a giant, breathing organism. She closed her eyes, letting her other senses take over, allowing herself to become fully immersed, to truly perceive. And then she felt it. The hum. It wasn't just the ambient vibration she'd felt in her bones earlier, the background thrum of immense power. This was a deeper, more profound resonance, a symphony of countless tiny energies working in unison, a complex harmony of quantum entanglement. But within that symphony, beneath the grand, overarching harmony, there was a discordant note, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, a false beat. A thread pulled taut, straining against its neighbors, threatening to unravel the entire magnificent fabric. It was a shudder, a subtle waver in the otherwise perfect flow, like a skipped beat in a powerful heart. It was like a single, frayed strand in a meticulously woven tapestry, or a microfracture in a perfectly cast bell, its tones slightly off, barely noticeable, yet corrupting the whole. It was there, unmistakably, a dissonant chord in the quantum orchestra, a knot in the grand design. No one else seemed to hear it. Jack stood silently beside her, his face impassive, his posture alert but relaxed, his senses tuned to threats she couldn't perceive. He was undoubtedly aware of the general hum of the infrastructure, the raw power emanating from it, but the specific, discordant frequency Elara felt was hers alone. It vibrated directly into her fingertips, up her arm, settling in her chest, a phantom itch, a deep ache of wrongness. It was a feeling of fundamental disharmony, of a system out of true, crying out for correction. Her eyes snapped open. A slow, knowing smile touched her lips, a mixture of grim satisfaction and profound awe. She had found it. Or rather, it had found her. The quantum entanglement. It wasn't some abstract digital error, some line of corrupted code. It was a physical flaw, a structural imbalance in this magnificent, living machine. It was a knot, a tangle in the threads, a misaligned pattern in the weave of reality. "You feel it, don't you?" Elara murmured, more to herself than to Jax, her voice hushed, reverent, tinged with a strange mix of awe and dread, a recognition of the immense task before her. Jax looked at her, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, a momentary breach in his stoic facade. "Feel what, Ms. Vance?" Elara turned to him, her gaze intense, alight with a sudden, fierce purpose. "The hum, the other hum, the one that's off-key. It's like a whisper of static in a perfect silence. A pull, a tension. It's here. I can feel exactly where it's rooted." She gestured vaguely towards a section of the shimmering conduits, where the ethereal blue light seemed to flicker almost imperceptibly, a momentary stutter in its steady pulse, a visual echo of the discordant hum she felt. A breath hitched in her throat. This was it. This was the problem. This was why Kaelen Thorne, the tech visionary, the master of the digital, had been stumped. Because it wasn't digital at all. It was analog. It was physical. It was a flaw that required not code, but a human touch, her unique perception. She felt a surge of adrenaline, mixed with a profound sense of purpose. This was what she did. This was her calling, her unique gift. To see the hidden patterns, to feel the subtle imperfections, to mend the broken threads. This colossal, intricate, almost alive system was simply a much grander version of the analog circuits she designed, the textiles she wove, the systems she intuitively understood. The scale was overwhelming, dizzying, but the principle was the same. The gravity of the situation pressed in on her, a heavy cloak of responsibility, but so did a strange, exhilarating sense of challenge. She took another deep breath, letting the complex symphony of the core wash over her, focusing on that single, aberrant note, that single frayed thread. She was standing at the precipice of Kaelen Thorne's digital empire, and it was her hands, her intuition, her analog understanding that would decide its fate. The magnitude of it was dizzying, yet within that dizzying vastness, she felt a quiet certainty, a deep, resonant knowing. She knew she could fix this. She just had to find the precise thread that was out of place, the single knot that was binding the whole, and she could feel it. She could almost taste it in the air, a metallic tang of impending change. She moved closer to the shimmering network, her fingers twitching with an almost irresistible urge to touch, to explore, to unravel. The discordant hum grew stronger, a subtle vibration that seemed to call to her, a broken piece of a grand design asking to be made whole again. Her journey into Kaelen's world had truly begun, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that it would change everything. Chapter 4, The Weaver and the Code. The air in the core chamber was a strange, charged stillness, heavy with the scent of ozone and something faintly metallic, a sterile tang that grated against Elara's senses. She stood before the colossal, intricate structure, a living tapestry of light and shadow, and her fingers twitched, an almost uncontrollable urge to reach out and touch it. This wasn't a machine in the way she understood them, nor was it a network of wires and circuits. It was different. The hum, that pervasive, unsettling vibration she'd felt even from the antechamber, was a discordant symphony here, 1,000 tiny, off-key notes playing at once. It vibrated in her bones, a low thrumming against her sternum, making her teeth ache. She took a slow, deliberate breath, letting the scent fill her lungs, trying to dissect it, to understand its composition. It was cold in the room, a bone-deep chill that seeped through the thick fabric of her trousers, but her skin felt a strange prickle, almost like static electricity. Her eyes, usually so quick to find patterns in the mundane, struggled here. The analog infrastructure wasn't laid out in logical, predictable lines of code she could never hope to decipher. Instead, it presented itself as a vast, multi-dimensional weave, a dizzying array of interwoven fibers, each glowing with an internal, soft luminescence. Some threads pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light, others flickered erratically. And some, she noticed with a tightening in her chest, were entirely dark, like broken filaments. "Well," Margot's voice cut through the charged silence, sharp and impatient. "Are you going to stare at it all day, or are you going to do whatever it is you do?" The words were dripping with unconcealed skepticism, a challenge thrown into the very air Elara breathed. Elara didn't respond immediately. Her gaze was fixed, unblinking, on a section where several luminous strands converged, then diverged, creating a knot, a tangle of energy that pulsed with an angry, erratic rhythm. She ignored Margot, her entire being focused on deciphering the silent language of the structure. It wasn't a machine. It was a giant, delicate lace, stretched taut, but with several stitches pulled, distorting the entire pattern. She had seen this before in ancient tapestries, in the intricate wiring of antique radios, in the delicate cellular structure of a flower. The flaw wasn't an isolated incident. It was a systemic distortion, a ripple effect from a single, critical point of failure. She lifted a hand slowly, her fingers splayed, and brought it closer to the glowing weave. She didn't touch it, not yet, but held it hovering just inches from the surface. A subtle heat radiated from it, a warmth that felt oddly organic, like living tissue. She closed her eyes, letting her other senses take over. The hum intensified, vibrating now not just in her bones, but deep within her ears, a pressure behind her eardrums. She felt the subtle shifts in the air currents around her hand, the faint magnetic pull, the almost imperceptible scent of singed energy. This, she thought, was not so different from silk, or linen, or even copper wire when she coaxed it into the intricate patterns of her designs. Each strand had its own tension, its own unique resistance. And here, in this grand, overwhelming creation, those tensions were all wrong. They were fighting each other, pulling against the natural flow, creating a bottleneck, a choke point where information, energy, whatever it was that pulsed through this analog heart, was struggling to pass. "You're not going to attempt to physically touch it, are you?" Margot's voice was laced with something akin to horror, a faint tremor that suggested genuine fear rather than just disdain. "It's highly sensitive, calibrated for quantum entanglement. Even a slight disruption could exacerbate the collapse." Elara opened her eyes, a slow blink, and turned her head slightly towards Margot. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, a ghost of amusement that quickly faded, replaced by fierce concentration. "How do you expect me to understand the weave if I cannot feel its tension?" she asked, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but it carried an undeniable current of authority. "How do you mend a thread if you don't know where it's broken, how it's frayed?" Margot scoffed, crossing her arms tightly across her chest, a posture of rigid defiance. "We have diagnostic tools, real-time data feeds. We can pinpoint anomalies down to the subatomic level. You just need to tell us where you think the problem is, and we can run simulations, apply algorithms, implement a code patch." Her gaze swept over Elara, from her sensible, worn boots to her practical linen shirt, then back to her hands, which, though not touching the structure, seemed to be tracing invisible lines in the air around it. This tactile approach, it's entirely unscientific. It's guesswork. Sometimes, guesswork born of intuition is more precise than 1,000 lines of code, Elara murmured, turning back to the glowing network. Her fingers began to move, not touching, but tracing the paths she instinctively felt were wrong. It was like mapping a river system, feeling the currents, sensing where the water was pooling, where it was rushing too fast, where it was stagnant. She saw the flow, the energy, as threads of light, some vibrant, some dull, some tangled in impossible knots. From his observation room, bathed in the soft, flickering light of dozens of holographic displays, Kaelen Thorne watched Elara. He was seated in his ergonomic chair, almost swallowed by its plush, dark leather, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. The screens showed her from multiple angles, high definition, slow motion, zoomed in on her delicate hand movements. He could see the dust motes dancing in the air around her, the way her hair fell across her shoulder, catching the faint glow from the analog core. He could even discern the subtle shift in the fabric of her shirt as she breathed. He felt a curious sensation, a tightening in his chest that wasn't panic, but something else, something unfamiliar. His world was pixels, data streams, algorithms, the pristine, predictable logic of code. It was a world he could control from the sanctuary of this room, a world that made sense to his agoraphobic mind. But Elara, she was a stark, vibrant anomaly. She moved with a quiet grace, her focus absolute, her every movement deliberate and unhurried. There was a raw, almost primal intelligence in the way she interacted with the core, a connection that bypassed all the digital interfaces he had built. He watched her hands, those slender, nimble fingers that seemed to dance in the air, shaping, guiding, sensing. She wasn't inputting commands, wasn't running diagnostics. She was feeling. It was an alien concept, one that went against every principle he had ever held. Yet, as he watched, something in him stirred. The analytical part of his mind, the part that craved solutions, was baffled. But another part, a deeper, more nascent part he rarely acknowledged, found itself mesmerized. He noticed the way her brow furrowed in concentration, the slight parting of her lips, the almost imperceptible tremor in her hand as she moved it closer to a particularly chaotic section of the weave. He saw Margot's frustrated stance, her rigid posture, her disdainful expression, and a flicker of something close to amusement touched Kaelen. Margot, for all her brilliance, was utterly lost in Elara's presence, unable to compute her methods. Jax, standing silently behind Kaelen, a dark, immovable presence, simply watched the screens, his face unreadable. He had seen Elara in her workshop, surrounded by threads and gears, a quiet intensity about her. He understood, perhaps more than Kaelen, the nature of the human touch. "She's unusual," Kaelen murmured, his voice a low rumble, barely audible. He didn't look at Jax, his gaze still fixed on Elara. No data, no readouts, just intuition. Jax offered a grunt in response, a noncommittal sound that suggested he had no further commentary. He knew Kaelen's struggle with the outside world, his reliance on digital mediation. Seeing Kaelen so engrossed, so utterly captivated by something so decidedly analog, was a new experience. Back in the core chamber, Elara was now moving along the periphery of the immense structure, her head tilted, her ear almost grazing the surface of a particularly thick bundle of glowing fibers. The hum was like a live thing against her cheek, a faint resonance that she was trying to isolate, trying to understand its particular frequency. It was like listening to a heartbeat, trying to discern the irregular beat, the skipped pulse. "What are you doing now?" Margot demanded, her voice rising in pitch, her patience fraying. "We're losing precious cycles here. Every minute this system is down, the real-world impact grows. We need actionable data, a hypothesis, something we can test, not interpretive dance." Elara slowly straightened, her hand still hovering, her eyes scanning the vast expanse of the core. "I am listening," she said, her voice calm, utterly devoid of irritation. "This isn't a dead circuit, Margot. It's alive. It's sick. And just like any living thing, it speaks to you if you know how to listen." She took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs, and pointed a finger towards a section high above them, where a cluster of fibers seemed to shimmer with an unnatural intensity, almost vibrating out of existence. "There, up there, do you see it?" Margot squinted, her eyes darting to the indicated section. "See what? A quantum fluctuation? That's normal, given the instability. It's a symptom, not the cause." She pulled up a holographic display on her wrist-mounted device, swiping furiously through readouts. "My diagnostics show no critical anomaly in that region. High energy output, yes, but within acceptable parameters for a failing system." "No," Elara countered, her voice firm. "It's not a symptom. It's where the thread snapped, the original snarl. Everything else is just the unraveling from that point." She began to walk towards a small, almost invisible access panel set into the floor. "It's a tension knot. Something is pulling too hard there, compressing the flow, creating a feedback loop that's choking the entire system." Margot scoffed again, a harsh, dismissive sound. "That's preposterous. Our sensors would have flagged any physical stressor. This is a quantum entanglement, a digital anomaly, not a textile flaw." Lara knelt by the panel, her fingers deftly finding the almost imperceptible seam, a barely visible line where metal met metal. She didn't press a button, didn't use a tool. She simply ran her fingertips along the edge, feeling for the release mechanism. There was a faint click, and the panel, heavy and seamless, slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a dark, cavernous space beneath, filled with more of the glowing fibers, but smaller, more delicate, like the roots of some enormous, alien plant. "The core analog structure isn't just what you see on the surface," Elara explained, without looking up. "It has layers, just like any complex weave. The surface is the pattern. The sublayers are the foundation, the warp and weft that hold it all together. She peered into the darkness, a faint, metallic tang rising from the depths. The hum here was different, softer, more localized, but with an underlying erratic pulse that made her teeth ache again. This is where the true weakness lies. Margot stared, her mouth slightly agape, for a fleeting second. She hadn't known about that access panel, or at least, she hadn't considered it significant. Her focus was always on the grand, visible architecture, the data streams that flowed above. The idea that the problem could be in some hidden, physical sublayer, accessible only by intuition, was anathema to her. Meanwhile, miles away, in her sun-drenched apartment overlooking a bustling city park, Serafina paced. Her phone lay on the coffee table, screen dark, a silent testament to Elara's unresponsiveness. She had called 6 times, sent countless messages, each one more urgent than the last. The news cycle was a frenzy, escalating reports of the Chrono-Scape collapse. Financial markets were reeling, minor public utilities were experiencing intermittent outages, and the general public was teetering on the edge of full-blown panic. "Come on, Elara, pick up," she muttered, running a hand through her wild, red hair. She pictured Elara holed up in that sterile, soulless estate, probably already hating every minute of it. Serafina had pushed her friend into this, had convinced her that the stakes were too high to ignore. But now, a cold knot of dread was forming in her stomach. Elara, the ultimate Luddite, was deep inside the belly of the beast, and she wasn't answering. Serafina was a journalist at heart, even if she'd left the formal world of reporting. This story, she knew, was monumental. The reclusive Kaelen Thorne, the collapse of his digital empire, and the analog artist who was supposedly their only hope. It was sensational, a modern-day fable of technology versus humanity. But beyond the scoop, there was a genuine concern for her friend. Elara was fragile in her own way, fiercely independent, but sensitive to overwhelming environments. The thought of her in Kaelen's isolated, hyperdigital world, with its cold steel and distant screens, made Serafina shiver despite the warmth of her apartment. She picked up her phone again, staring at Elara's contact photo, a candid shot of Elara laughing, surrounded by vibrant spools of yarn in her workshop, sunlight streaming through the window. It felt a million miles away from Kaelen Thorne's fortress. "Just a quick check-in," she typed, her thumbs flying across the screen. "You okay? Everything all right in the digital prison? Don't forget who your real friends are, okay? And remember, I want all the details when you get out. This is bigger than you think." She hit send, watching the message float into the ether, hoping it would somehow cut through the digital noise and reach her friend. Back in the core, Elara had carefully lowered herself into the sublayer, her movements slow and deliberate. The glowing fibers here were finer, more densely packed, a true subterranean forest of light. She found the source of the erratic pulse, a cluster of threads that were not just tangled, but fused, almost melted together, glowing with a dull, sickly orange light, utterly unlike the vibrant, healthy blues and greens surrounding them. "This is it," she breathed, her voice filled with a quiet certainty. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the fused knot. The heat here was intense, a burning sensation that radiated outward, making her skin prickle. A quantum entanglement, yes, but it manifests physically. It's a literal knot. The energy flow is being constricted, superheating these fibers, and that superheating is causing the quantum instability. Margot, peering down from the access panel, looked utterly bewildered. But how? How could that happen? This system is designed with redundancies, with fail-safes against physical stress. Elara looked up at Margot, her eyes narrowed in thought. Something caused an initial stressor, a microfracture perhaps. Then the system, in attempting to compensate, inadvertently pulled the threads tighter, creating this knot. It's like pulling a loose thread on a sweater. If you pull too hard, the entire fabric bunches and distorts. She paused, her gaze returning to the glowing, fused fibers. It wasn't a digital attack, Margot. It was a physical flaw, exacerbated by a digital attempt to fix it. Kaelen, watching from his command center, felt a jolt. A physical flaw, exacerbated by a digital attempt to fix it. The words echoed in his mind, a cold, hard truth. All their simulations, all their code patches, all their digital diagnostics, they had been looking for a ghost in the machine, when the machine itself was physically broken, its very foundation compromised. And they had, perhaps, only made it worse. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly, his eyes still glued to the screen. Elara, kneeling in that glowing sublayer, looked utterly at home, utterly in control. She wasn't intimidated by the sheer scale of the technology, nor by Margot's dismissive attitude. She simply understood, on a fundamental, intuitive level, what no one else could. He saw the way her fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the intensity of her focus, the sheer concentration radiating from her. He had built Chrono-Scape to be a perfect, seamless digital world, a refuge from the chaos of reality. Yet, here was reality, in the form of a textile artist, showing him the inherent flaws in his supposedly perfect analog foundation. The irony was palpable, a bitter taste on his tongue. He had sought refuge from the human touch, only for the human touch to be the very thing that might save him. Elara carefully, with almost reverent slowness, extended her hand. This time she wasn't just sensing. She was going to touch it. Her fingers, fine and nimble, reached towards the glowing, angry knot poised for contact. A ripple of apprehension went through Kaelen as he watched, a silent gasp. This was it. The moment of truth. Either she would succeed or the entire system, already teetering, would finally unravel. He held his breath, utterly captivated, utterly helpless. Chapter 5. Whispers of Sabotage. The cool, synthetic breeze of the Analogue core's chamber barely stirred the loose strands of Elara's hair as she leaned in closer, her breath held captive in her chest. The vast, intricate network of quantum processors shimmered under the focused spotlights, a living tapestry of light and shadow, humming with a low, resonant thrum that vibrated deep within her bones. It was a symphony, she had thought at first, a complex, beautiful orchestration of energy and information. But as her fingers, calloused from years of coaxing life from inert threads, began to trace the almost invisible pathways, a new note, discordant and sharp, began to emerge from the hum. She moved with an unhurried grace, her eyes narrowed, discerning details that remained invisible to the most advanced diagnostic tools. This was not about scanning, it was about feeling. It was about listening with more than just her ears. The core, for all its futuristic complexity, presented itself to her as a vast, woven textile, each strand a conduit, each junction a knot. She could feel the tension in the threads, the subtle give and pull, the minute variations in resistance that spoke volumes to her attuned senses. For days now, she had been systematically mapping its intricate design, charting the flow, identifying the points of stress. Margot, perched at a terminal just outside the designated work zone, occasionally scoffed, muttering about archaic methods and superstitious nonsense. Her fingers flying across a holographic keyboard, futilely attempting to correlate Elara's qualitative observations with quantitative data. Elara paid her no mind. The data was in her fingertips, in the subtle vibrations against her skin. She reached a section near what she now understood to be the primary nexus point, a dense cluster of interweaving strands that pulsed with a concentrated warmth. This was where the core's heartbeat originated, the source of Chrono-Scape's immersive reality. Here, the hum intensified, almost a low growl, pushing against her eardrums. Her fingers brushed over a bundle of optical fibers, no thicker than a single human hair, yet carrying unimaginable quantities of data. She paused, a prickle of unease spreading across her scalp. It was almost imperceptible, a deviation so minute it would be dismissed as noise by any machine. One of the fibers, perfectly aligned with its fellows, seemed to have an infinitesimal twist in its weave, a fractional displacement that disrupted the smooth, uninterrupted flow. It was not broken, it was not frayed, it was misaligned, deliberately. Elara leaned in closer still, her nose almost touching the cool, polished surface of the quantum lattice. She closed her eyes, letting her fingertips do the seeing. She felt the subtle shift in the energy signature, the almost imperceptible tremor in the surrounding threads. It was like finding a single, wrong-colored thread in a meticulously designed tapestry, placed with such precision that it almost blended in, yet it subtly, fundamentally altered the overall pattern. This wasn't a natural degradation, a random quantum fluctuation. This felt purposeful, a deliberate note of dissonance introduced into the otherwise harmonious composition. A cold shiver traced its way down her spine. An accidental flaw had a certain chaotic beauty, a natural imperfection. This felt engineered, insidious. "What is it, Vance?" Margot's voice, sharp and laced with thinly veiled impatience, cut through the quiet reverence of the chamber. "Are you communing with the spirits of the silicon now? My diagnostics show 0 anomalous readings in that sector." Elara ignored her, her focus absolute. She moved her hand a fraction of an inch to the left, then to the right, confirming the sensation. It was there, a subtle, almost artistic defacement of the core's pristine design. She opened her eyes, her gaze tracing the path of the affected fiber. It led into a deeper segment of the core, a labyrinthine section she had yet to fully explore. The anomaly was like a breadcrumb, beckoning her into the shadows. From the sterile confines of his observation deck, Kaelen Thorne watched Elara with an intensity that bordered on obsession. The multi-paneled screens before him displayed every angle of the core, every minute movement Elara made, every subtle shift in her expression. He saw the way her brow furrowed, the slow, deliberate sweep of her fingers, the way she seemed to listen to the unseeable. It was a stark contrast to the frantic, data-driven chaos that usually defined his world. He had spent his life building systems that operated on logic, on binary precision, on algorithms. Elara operated on intuition, on a language of touch and feel he barely understood. Yet, she was the only one who seemed to be making any progress. His agoraphobia, a suffocating blanket that had woven itself into the fabric of his existence, kept him tethered to this room, to the safety of these screens. Outside, the world was a swirling vortex of unpredictable variables, of human faces too close, of open spaces that threatened to swallow him whole. Inside, within the controlled parameters of his digital domain, he was king. But now, even his kingdom was crumbling, its foundations corroded by an unknown enemy. The reports from the outside were growing grimmer. Minor infrastructural glitches were becoming more frequent, more widespread. Communications flickered, financial markets wavered, even traffic control systems experienced momentary lapses. The Chrono-Scape collapse wasn't just affecting the metaverse, it was slowly, insidiously bleeding into the real world. He watched Elara, a strange mix of hope and anxiety swirling within him. She was an analog in a digital world, a living anachronism. And yet, she was his only hope. He saw her pause, her head tilted, her fingers hovering over a specific cluster. He saw the subtle tension in her shoulders, the way she seemed to absorb something from the very structure itself. "Jax," Kaelin's voice was a low murmur, barely audible over the soft hum of his own consoles. "Do you see that?" Jax, ever present, a silent sentinel by the door, shifted almost imperceptibly. "I see her focus. She's found something." His voice was as flat and unyielding as granite, but Kaelen sensed a subtle shift in his posture, a tightening of his jaw. Jax had been the one to find Elara, to convince her. He had a vested interest. And something else, Kaelen sometimes suspected, a deeper connection to the Chrono-Scape's genesis that Jax never spoke of. Just then, a small holographic panel flared to life on Kaelen's main screen, displaying a live news feed. The face that materialized was one Kaelen knew intimately, a face he despised. Kaelen Thorne, his older brother, stood confidently behind a podium, a carefully crafted backdrop of his rival tech company's logo gleaming behind him. Kaelen, with his perfectly tailored suit and his practiced, sympathetic smile, was a master of public perception. My heart goes out to all those affected by the ongoing instability of the Chrono-Scape network, Kaelen began, his voice smooth as silk, dripping with false compassion. My brother, Kaelen, has always been a visionary, but perhaps his singular focus on the immersive experience has blinded him to the foundational vulnerabilities of such a complex system. It is a tragedy, really, to see such potential squandered by a lack of oversight, a failure of due diligence. Kaelen felt a hot surge of anger, his fists clenching involuntarily. The room, for all its meticulous design, suddenly felt too small, too confining. Kaelen was a predator, always circling, always waiting for a weakness. While I understand Kaelen's desire for privacy during this trying time, Kaelen continued, his gaze direct into the camera, the public deserves transparency. They deserve solutions. My team at OmniCorp has been diligently working on contingency protocols, developing robust, secure alternatives. We believe that with the right leadership, a steady hand, and a comprehensive understanding of enterprise-level infrastructure, Chrono-Scape can not only be salvaged, but can emerge stronger, more resilient than ever before. We are ready to step in, to offer our resources, our expertise, to guide this vital technology back from the brink. The words hung in the air, a thinly veiled threat, an open declaration of intent. Kaelen wasn't just criticizing, he was positioning himself. He was painting Kaelen as an incompetent recluse, paving the way for a hostile takeover, a corporate coup cloaked in the guise of public service. The bastard, Kaelen muttered, his voice hoarse. He's making his move. Jax remained impassive, his eyes fixed on Kaelen's smiling face on the screen. There was no flicker of emotion, no visible reaction. But Kaelen knew Jax. The man was a fortress, but even fortresses had foundations. Back in the core chamber, Elara was utterly absorbed. She had moved deeper, following the subtle trail of anomalies. She found another twisted fiber, then another, each one so subtly askew it almost defied detection. They were not random. They were arranged in a pattern, a sequence that seemed to echo a particular algorithm, a deliberate design choice that was subtly, maliciously subverted. It was like an artist inserting a single, tiny, incorrect brushstroke into a masterpiece, knowing that given enough time, that one tiny flaw would unravel the entire canvas. She straightened, her hand resting against the cool quantum lattice. The hum, instead of a growing discord, now felt like a faint, despairing whisper, a system crying out in silent agony. This wasn't an accident. This was an attack. Margot, Elara said, her voice quiet but firm, carrying an authority that surprised even herself. Can you run a full spectral analysis on this specific fiber bundle? Look for any deviations in quantum entanglement, even fractional ones, and then compare it to the original design schematics. Margot scoffed again, a dismissive sound. Vance, I've run every diagnostic under the sun. It's clean, you're chasing ghosts. Just do it, Elara insisted, her gaze unwavering. And look closely at the design's original parameters. I have a feeling something was baked in, right from the start. Margot grumbled, but something in Elara's voice, perhaps the sheer conviction, made her reluctantly turn back to her console. Elara turned her attention back to the core. She saw it now, not just the individual flaws, but the overarching pattern they formed. It was a signature, a destructive code woven into the very fabric of the analog infrastructure. It was brilliant in its malice, designed to slowly, imperceptibly corrupt the system from within, like a slow-acting poison. Who would possess such intricate knowledge of the core's analog design, enough to embed such precise, devastating flaws? As she traced another segment, her fingers brushed against a faint etching, a barely visible alphanumeric sequence inscribed into a small, structural plate hidden deep within the lattice. It was a component identifier, a serial number. But it also contained a series of initials, small and almost entirely worn away. EVLKMS, and then, at the very end, almost a shadow, a single etched J. Her gaze lifted, drawn by an invisible thread, to Jax, who stood silently at the entrance to the chamber. He hadn't moved since she entered, but his eyes were fixed on her hands on the core. As her eyes met his, Elara saw it, a flicker. A sudden, almost imperceptible widening of his eyes, a tightening of the muscles around his mouth. A recognition, stark and undeniable. He knew these patterns, he knew the initials. The silence in the chamber stretched, thick with unspoken questions. The low hum of the core pulsed between them, a silent witness to a truth slowly unraveling. Jax's gaze dropped from Elara's face, not in avoidance, but in a profound, unsettling contemplation, as if he were looking into a deeply buried past. His hand, for a fleeting moment, went to his chest, just over his heart, before dropping back to his side. The stoic mask was back, but Elara had seen the momentary crack, the brief glimpse into a hidden history. A history connected to the very foundations of Chrono-Scape, and to the insidious flaws she was now discovering. Elara felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the cool air conditioning. This wasn't just about fixing a system. This was about uncovering a betrayal. And Jax, the loyal head of security, was somehow entangled in its very origins. The thought was a cold knot in her stomach. What had he known? What had he done? Or, perhaps more frighteningly, what had he allowed to happen? The weight of her discoveries pressed down on her, heavier than any physical burden. The feeling of deliberate malice, of a system designed to fail, settled deep into her bones. This was bigger than Kaelen's agoraphobia, bigger than Margot's skepticism, bigger even than Eris Thorne's blatant power play. This was a deep, festering wound at the very heart of the world, a conspiracy woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself. And she, the analog woman in a digital world, was now standing on its precipice, about to unravel it all. The hum of the core, once a simple background noise, now resonated with a sinister undertone, whispering secrets of sabotage and betrayal. She took a slow, deep breath, the stale air filling her lungs, steeling herself for what she knew she would find next. This was no longer just a repair job. This was an excavation of truth. Chapter 6, Unraveling Secrets. The air in the core infrastructure pulsed with a low, resonant thrum, a sound that lived more in Elara's bones than in her ears. It was a constant, almost organic vibration, subtly shifting in pitch and intensity as she moved through the labyrinthine pathways of interwoven quantum processors. She knelt, her knees pressing against the cool, smooth composite floor, her fingers hovering inches above a nexus point where dozens of luminescent threads converged, their light a soft, internal glow. The light itself seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. This was where the discord was most potent, a knot in the fabric of reality, a tear she could almost taste on her tongue. It was metallic and acrid, like old blood, and it made her teeth ache. She had spent days here, lost to the rhythm of the core, to the intricate dance of its quantum states. Margot's exasperated sighs and muttered comments about superstitious nonsense had faded into a distant echo, replaced by the relentless, demanding voice of the core itself. It spoke in patterns, in resistances, in the subtle flex and rigidity of its countless connections. Elara saw it as a tapestry, a complex brocade woven with light and energy. And in this particular section, the warp and weft were frayed, pulled apart, not by accident, but with a horrifying, deliberate precision. Her fingers, usually so quick and precise with needle and thread, now moved with a deliberate slowness, tracing the invisible lines of tension. She felt the energy flow, a current of warmth and cold, pushing and pulling. It wasn't just a break, it was a perversion of the original design. She remembered the initial blueprints Kaelen's team had reluctantly provided elegant, almost poetic in their structure. But here, someone had introduced a twisted element, like a rogue thread dyed with poison, subtly altering the pattern, creating a ripple effect that threatened to unravel the entire piece. It was insidious, a slow, methodical decay. Who would do such a thing, and why? Her brow furrowed, a tiny crease forming between her eyes. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming, yet she had to focus, to break it down into manageable sections, like untangling a particularly stubborn snarl in a skein of fine silk. She took a deep, slow breath, letting the scent of ozone and something faintly sweet, like burnt sugar, fill her lungs. Her eyes closed for a moment, letting her other senses take over. She felt the subtle vibrations of the air, the faint hum of power flowing through the conduits around her. When she opened them again, her gaze was sharper, more focused. There, a particular resonance, a faint, almost subliminal buzz, emanated from a cluster of connections deep within the matrix. It felt foreign, alien. A chill traced its way down her spine, raising goosebumps on her arms. This wasn't a glitch. This was an interference. And the more she delved, the more convinced she became that it wasn't a flaw in the original engineering, but an intentionally introduced vulnerability. Someone had woven discord into the very fabric of Kaelen Thorne's masterpiece. The thought was chilling, making the humid air of the core feel suddenly colder. Meanwhile, in the sterile, sound-dampened observation room, Kaelen Thorne watched Elara through a panoramic display. The screens, usually a source of comfort, a buffer between him and the overwhelming chaos of the outside world, now felt like a barrier, a wall between him and the singular, captivating woman on the other side. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the cool, polished surface of the console, his chin propped on steepled fingers. His gaze was fixed on her, on the way she moved, not with the frantic, data-driven efficiency of his engineers, but with a quiet, almost meditative grace. She wasn't just looking at the core, she was listening to it, feeling it. He saw the subtle shifts in her posture, the way her head tilted, the slight movements of her fingers as she seemed to commune with the complex machinery. It was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, a stark contrast to the sterile, logical world he had built for himself. Margot, perpetually agitated, was pacing in the background, muttering about data logs and diagnostic routines, but Kaelen barely registered her presence. His attention was completely consumed by Elara. He remembered the early days of Chrono-Scape, when the concept had first blossomed in his mind. It wasn't just about creating a metaverse, it was about building a sanctuary. A place where the suffocating grip of his agoraphobia could loosen, where the overwhelming rush of the outside world could be filtered, controlled, made bearable. A place where he could exist, truly exist, without the constant, gnawing fear of open spaces, of crowds, of the unpredictable chaos of human interaction. He had poured every ounce of his intellect, his ambition, and his deepest vulnerabilities into its creation. It was meant to be a refuge, a testament to connection, not just for him, but for everyone who felt lost or overwhelmed in the real world. But there was another layer, a deeper, more painful origin that he had buried beneath layers of code and corporate strategy. A memory, raw and exposed, that Chrono-Scape was also meant to immortalize. A connection lost too soon, a relationship severed by circumstance and misunderstanding, leaving a gaping wound in his carefully constructed world. He had built Chrono-Scape to rebuild that bridge, to reconstruct a reality where that connection could thrive, even if only in digital form. Watching Elara, seeing her intuitive understanding of the core's intricate design, felt like watching someone read a part of his soul he thought was hidden, even from himself. She wasn't just seeing the wires and circuits. She was seeing the intention, the underlying philosophy, the very heart of the machine. And more disturbingly, she was seeing the deliberate damage, the malignant intent that he hadn't dared to acknowledge. He felt a tremor run through him, a strange mix of fear and a fragile, almost dangerous hope. He had always prided himself on his self-sufficiency, on his ability to solve any problem with logic and data. But Elara, with her analog methods and her uncanny intuition, was peeling back layers he didn't even know existed. She was touching something fundamental, something he had deliberately made analog because, deep down, he knew some things couldn't be purely digital. Some connections, some repairs, required a human touch, a direct interaction with the physical world, no matter how much he feared it. Sudden, overwhelming urge seized him. He had to talk to her, not through Jax, not through the screens, but directly. He needed to be in the same physical space, to feel the same air, to share the same moment. The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through him, a familiar tightening in his chest, a prickle of sweat on his palms. His breath hitched. It had been years since he had been in a room with someone outside his immediate, highly controlled staff, let alone someone who wasn't a direct necessity for survival. But this felt necessary, crucial, more than crucial, essential. He pushed back from the console, the quiet squeak of his chair startling Margot, who glared at him, momentarily distracted from her furious typing. "Kaelen," Margot asked, her voice sharp with annoyance. "Where are you going? We're close to isolating the anomaly. I just need more processing power to run the parallel simulations." He didn't answer, his eyes still fixed on the screen showing Elara. He felt the familiar pull of the walls around him, the desire to retreat, to shrink into the safety of his digital cocoon. But her image, her focused intensity, was a stronger pull. He took a hesitant step towards the door that led to the observation gallery overlooking the core. It was a private path, shielded from the main corridors, designed for him to observe without being observed. Still, it felt like walking into the maw of a beast. Jax, ever vigilant, seemed to materialize at the door, his expression unreadable. "Sir." Kaelen swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. I need to speak with Elara Vance, directly." His voice was hoarse, a whisper against the hum of the machines. Jax's eyes flickered, a faint shadow passing through them. He nodded slowly. "Of course, sir, I'll arrange it. She's in Sector Gamma." The walk to Sector Gamma felt interminable, each step a battle against his own ingrained fears. The sterile, white corridors of the estate, usually a comfort in their predictable linearity, now felt endless, vast. He could feel the artificial air conditioning on his skin, too cold, too dry. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft, rhythmic thud of his own heart against his ribs. He felt exposed, vulnerable, like a raw nerve. When they arrived at the viewing platform for Sector Gamma, Elara was still hunched over the nexus, her fingers gently touching the glowing threads. Jax spoke softly, his voice cutting through the core's low thrum. "Elara, Mr. Thorne would like a moment of your time." Elara straightened slowly, her movements fluid and unhurried. She turned, her eyes, the color of deep moss, widened slightly as she saw Kaelen standing there, a figure usually confined to screens or the periphery of her vision. He was taller than she'd imagined, his lean frame almost swallowed by the elegant, dark clothing he favored. But it was his eyes that held her, a stormy gray that seemed to hold a universe of unspoken anxieties. He looked. Fragile, she realized, a stark contrast to the impenetrable billionaire persona. Mr. Thorne, she said, her voice quiet, respectful, but without the deference he usually encountered. He nodded, a jerky, awkward motion. He found himself unable to meet her gaze directly, his eyes darting around the expansive, glowing chamber, then settling on a point just over her shoulder. "Elara," he managed, his voice still raspy. I apologize for the intrusion." She simply waited, her patience a calm counterpoint to his barely concealed agitation. The scent of ozone from the core clung to her, a faint, earthy aroma that somehow cut through the sterile air of his world. "Your insights," he began, then paused, searching for the right words. "They are profound. You see things no one else does." He finally dared to meet her eyes, a fleeting connection that sent a jolt through him. "The patterns you're describing, the intentionality of the flaws, it resonates with something I had almost forgotten." Elara watched him, sensing the immense effort it took for him to stand there, to speak to her directly. His hands, she noticed, were clasped tightly in front of him, the knuckles white. He was battling something profound. "This system," she said, her voice soft, "it was built with such careful purpose. Every connection, every flow of energy. It's almost like a living thing. And the anomalies, they aren't random breaks. They feel like deliberate cuts, like someone took a knife to a finely woven cloth." She gestured vaguely towards the glowing core. "It's not just broken, it's been sabotaged." Kaelen flinched at the word, a visible tremor passing through him. He took a hesitant step closer, then stopped, as if an invisible barrier had materialized between them. "Sabotage," he repeated, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. I built Chrono-Scape as a refuge, a sanctuary from a world that felt too vast, too overwhelming, from my own limitations." He looked away again, his gaze sweeping over the intricate network of the core, as if seeing it anew, stripped of its digital veneer. "I have severe agoraphobia, Elara," he confessed, the words tumbling out in a rush, quiet and raw. He hadn't spoken those words aloud to anyone outside his medical team in years. "The real world, it's a suffocating cage. Chrono-Scape was meant to be the opposite, a space where I could connect, truly connect, without the fear, without the anxiety. A controlled reality." His voice dropped, almost a whisper. "And it was also a monument to a connection I lost, someone I cared for deeply. Chrono-Scape was meant to be a way to keep that memory alive, to build a world where that kind of bond could never truly be severed." He paused, a heavy silence descending between them, broken only by the persistent thrum of the core. His chest felt tight, as if a great weight had been lifted, yet simultaneously pressed down upon him. He had exposed a part of himself he guarded fiercely, the very foundation of his driven, reclusive existence. He braced himself for judgment, for pity, for the inevitable withdrawal. But Elara simply looked at him, her eyes soft with an understanding that surprised him. There was no pity, only a quiet empathy. She didn't recoil, didn't seem overwhelmed by his confession. Instead, she took a small step towards him, narrowing the small distance between them. "I understand that need for connection, for mending what's broken," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "For finding solace in creation." She smiled faintly, a gentle, almost wistful expression. "My world has always been analog. Threads, circuits, the intricate dance of gears in an antique clock. I spent my childhood surrounded by them. My grandmother, she was a clockmaker, a master of intricate mechanisms. She taught me to listen to them, to feel their rhythm, to understand that every piece, no matter how small, was vital." She looked down at her hands, turning them over, as if examining the lines of her palms. "I used to spend hours in her workshop, taking apart old radios, wind-up toys, anything with moving parts. I loved the way they worked, the elegant logic of their design. And when they broke, when a spring snapped or a wire frayed, I felt it almost physically, that discord. I learned to mend them, not just to fix the broken part, but to understand why it broke, to feel the system's pulse, to bring it back into harmony. She met his gaze again, her eyes holding his with a newfound openness. It was never just about fixing a mechanism for me. It was about preserving a story, a history, a connection to the past. Each tick of a repaired clock, each crackle of a restored radio, was a whisper from another time, another hand. It felt almost spiritual. Kaelen listened, utterly captivated. Her words, spoken with such quiet conviction, resonated deep within him, touching a chord he hadn't realized was there. Her world of tangible connections, of mended histories, felt like a mirror to his own digital sanctuary, built to preserve and connect. They were two sides of the same coin, both seeking to create order, to heal ruptures, to find meaning in intricate systems, one in the physical, the other in the virtual. He felt a subtle shift in the air between them, a softening of the harsh edges that had defined their interactions. The anxiety that had gripped him moments before began to recede, replaced by a strange, unfamiliar warmth. It wasn't comfort, not yet, but something akin to it. A shared understanding that transcended their vastly different worlds. He saw in her eyes not just competence, but a depth of spirit, a kindred artistic soul, albeit one working in a medium he had once dismissed. A monument, he repeated, the word now imbued with a new, shared meaning. You see it. You understand. He found his voice was clearer now, less strained. He even managed a small, hesitant smile, a movement that felt alien on his face. No one else has ever understood that part. Elara returned his smile, a genuine, unforced expression that warmed her entire face. Sometimes, she said softly, the most complex systems require the simplest touch, a human touch. She looked back at the glowing core, then back at him. And this system, Kaelen, it's not just broken. It's been betrayed, just like your trust. The final words hung in the air, a stark, painful truth. Kaelen felt a fresh wave of unease, but this time, it was not the familiar fear of the outside world, but a chilling premonition of what truly lay beneath the surface of Chrono-Scape's collapse. He looked at Elara, truly saw her, not just as the solution to his problem, but as someone who could see into the very heart of his vulnerability. And in that shared moment, amidst the humming, glowing core, a fragile, unexpected intimacy began to bloom. Chapter 7, The Quantum Tide Rises. The low thrum of the analog core, once a rhythmic pulse that Elara could almost hum along to, had transformed. It was no longer a heartbeat, but a frantic, unhinged tremor, reverberating through the very floor beneath her feet, up her spine, and into the delicate bones of her skull. She stood amidst the labyrinthine network of interwoven quantum processors, her hands, usually so steady and knowing, now slightly trembling with the sheer force of the discordant energy. The air, which had always possessed a subtle, clean metallic scent, now carried a faint, acrid tang, like ozone after a lightning strike, a whisper of something burning deep within the system's core, even though no actual fire existed. The soft, ambient glow of the core's indicator lights, usually a steady pattern of greens and blues, was a chaotic symphony of flickering oranges and angry reds. They danced across the polished chrome surfaces and the intricate, glowing pathways, creating phantom shadows that elongated and twisted with a life of their own. It was a visual representation of the chaos she felt blooming, spreading, a virulent weed choking the delicate garden she had been tending. She could feel it, not just in the air, but in her own blood, a resonance that was growing increasingly uncomfortable, bordering on painful. "It's getting worse," Elara murmured, her voice barely audible above the rising, erratic hum. She didn't expect an answer, not really. She was speaking to the system itself, to the threads that felt like they were actively trying to fray apart, to tear at their own fabric. On the other side of the thick, soundproof observation glass, Kaelen Thorne stood, his posture rigid, a stark contrast to the subtle tremors that now occasionally shook the very structure of his biosecure estate. He watched Elara, his eyes, usually so guarded and distant, now wide with a raw, undeniable fear. His agoraphobia, usually an invisible cage, felt like it was tightening around him, not because he was outside, but because the very world he had built to contain his anxieties was now becoming the source of a far greater, more terrifying instability. The flickering lights of the core reflected in the vast screen that dominated the observation room, mirroring the erratic spikes on the diagnostic readouts Margot was frantically trying to decipher. "We just lost primary comms in New Delhi." Jax's voice, usually a calm monotone, was edged with a new urgency, cutting through the rising tension in the observation room. "And a localized power grid just went down in Tokyo. Not a blackout, sir. A surge. Melted the substation." Kaelen's breath hitched. Tokyo. New Delhi. These weren't minor glitches. These were vital arteries of the global network severed. A cold dread seeped into his bones, colder than any isolation he'd ever felt. This wasn't just a threat to Chrono-Scape, it was a threat to the world. And Elara, his only hope, was standing in the eye of the storm. Elara felt the report, a distant tremor through the omnipresent hum, like a deeper, more sinister note in the discordant symphony. She closed her eyes, trying to focus, to push past the rising cacophony. The threads she perceived, the complex, interwoven patterns of quantum information, were no longer merely tangled. They were lashing out, whipping wildly, violently, like frayed wires spitting sparks. It was as if the system itself was in a convulsion, tearing at its own essence. Her usual method, the gentle coaxing, the intuitive repatterning, felt utterly inadequate now. It was like trying to mend a torn sail in the middle of a hurricane with a single needle and thread. The sheer volume of entangled data, the quantum chaos, was overwhelming. It pressed in on her, a physical weight on her chest, a buzzing behind her eyes that threatened to split her skull. She could feel the individual quantum particles, the smallest, most fundamental units of information, vibrating at impossible frequencies, collapsing and reconstituting in a dizzying, sickening dance. "I can't just mend this," she thought, her internal voice sounding strangely distant even to herself. "This isn't a broken circuit. This is a broken mind, a system in utter agony." She opened her eyes, looking around the core, not at the gleaming surfaces or the glowing pathways, but through asterisk them, to the invisible currents of information that flowed like rivers of light and shadow. The entanglement wasn't just a knot. It was a tidal wave, building, crashing, and threatening to engulf everything. Her realization struck her with the force of a physical blow. The human touch Jax had spoken of, the intuitive mending, it wasn't about gentle persuasion anymore. It was about direct intervention. It was about plunging her hands, her mind, her very being, into the churning maelstrom itself. She had to become a conduit, a bridge, a living, breathing part of the quantum chaos to feel its every violent surge, its every frantic collapse, and somehow, through sheer force of will, impose a pattern, a rhythm, a sense of order. The thought was terrifying, exhilarating. It felt like stepping off a cliff, knowing that the only way to survive was to learn to fly in the plummet. "Margot," Elara called out, her voice raw, echoing slightly in the vastness of the core. She turned, looking directly at the observation glass, meeting Kaelen's gaze for a fleeting moment before finding Margot S. "I need direct neural interface access, full immersion, now." Margot, who had been staring at a rapidly blinking red alert on her screen, snapped her head up. Her brow furrowed, a mixture of disbelief and irritation warring on her face. "Full neural interface. Vance, are you insane? That's for diagnostics, for observation. Not for asterisk direct intervention into a quantum entanglement of this magnitude. You could overload your own synapses. Fry your brain." Elara walked closer to the glass, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. She could feel the vibrations even through the thick barrier. I know the risks, but the passive observation, the indirect adjustments, they aren't enough anymore. The disruption is escalating too fast. I need to feel it directly, from the inside out. I need to become a part of the flux. Can you do it? Kaelen stepped forward, placing his hand over Elara's, separated only by the glass. His eyes pleaded with her, a silent question of whether she truly understood the danger. He had seen the medical reports on full neural immersion, the potential for permanent damage. His own brilliant mind, so accustomed to existing within the digital realm, recoiled at the thought of such a raw, untempered interface with the quantum chaos he himself had inadvertently unleashed. "She's right, Margot," Kaelen said, his voice quiet but firm, overriding Margot's protests. "If anyone can withstand it, it's her. Give her what she needs. Now." Margot hesitated, her gaze darting between Kaelen's determined face and Elara's unwavering intensity. The screen beside her console flashed another critical error message, a new cluster of real-world disruptions now mapping across the globe, a crimson tide creeping across the digital map. The sheer scale of the collapse was no longer theoretical. It was palpable, terrifyingly real. A deep sigh escaped Margot's lips, a sound of profound frustration mixed with a reluctant, dawning understanding. Elara's seemingly archaic methods had, against all logic, yielded observable results, even if they were partial. Her intuitive observations had allowed for temporary stabilizations in specific nodes that Margot's algorithms had entirely missed. It was infuriating. It was illogical. But it was working, however, incrementally. "Fine," Margot conceded, her voice clipped, still laced with skepticism, but with a new edge of grudging acknowledgement. "Jax, prep the immersion chamber. Get the biomonitors ready. I'll patch her direct feed into the main console. But I'm warning you, Vance, one wrong move, and you're not just dealing with digital feedback. You're dealing with raw quantum energy." Elara simply nodded, her gaze already fixed on the immersion chamber, a sleek, minimalist capsule nestled in a quiet alcove of the core. It looked like something from a dream or a nightmare. Jax, ever efficient, moved with a silent, practiced grace. He brought forward a sleek, almost ethereal-looking headset, a network of delicate, almost invisible filaments designed to connect directly with the user's neural pathways. As he carefully adjusted the device, Elara felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, a quiet resolve settling deep within her bones. This was what she was built for. This feeling, this intuition, this ability to perceive the intricate, invisible patterns of systems. It was all leading to this moment. She stepped into the immersion chamber. The air within was cool, sterile, a stark contrast to the vibrating, ozone-laced atmosphere outside. As Jax sealed the transparent hatch, a sense of profound isolation enveloped her, even as she prepared for the ultimate connection. The headset settled around her head, the delicate filaments finding purchase against her scalp. She felt a faint, tingling sensation as they activated, a subtle hum beginning to resonate within her own mind, mirroring the larger chaos outside. "Starting neural calibration," Margot's voice crackled through a small speaker within the chamber, her tone still professional, but the underlying tension now undeniable. "Elara, tell me what you feel." Elara closed her eyes. The initial sensation was not pain, but an overwhelming rush, a torrent of information crashing against the gates of her consciousness. It was like 1,000 voices speaking at once, a million threads vibrating simultaneously, a cacophony of quantum states collapsing and reforming in a blizzard of data. The orderly patterns she usually perceived were gone, replaced by a churning, roiling sea of pure information, a maelstrom of potential and collapse. "It's chaos," Elara breathed, her voice tight with effort. It's pure, unadulterated quantum chaos. The threads, they're not just tangled. They're trying to annihilate each other. They're eating themselves. From the observation room, Margot frowned, tapping rapidly on her console. Her neural activity is off the charts, Kaelen. Processing speed is exponentially higher than anyone we've ever tested. It's almost impossible. Kaelen didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on Elara, his hand still pressed against the glass. He could feel the vibrations in the floor intensifying, a low, guttural growl now accompanying the hum. He saw Elara's face, etched with strain, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on her forehead. He felt a profound sense of helplessness and a piercing guilt. This was his creation, his refuge, now a monstrous thing demanding her sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the sterile silence of the command center, Jax's tablet chimed again, a low, ominous sound. He glanced at it, his expression hardening. "Sir, Aris just released a statement. He's formally calling for an emergency shareholder meeting, citing gross negligence and systemic incompetence on your part. He's proposing a vote of no confidence and offering a stabilization plan for Chrono-Scape, promising full restoration within weeks if he's given control." Kaelen flinched, a sharp, involuntary movement. His brother. Of course. Aris wouldn't let a crisis go to waste. He was a predator, always circling, always looking for weakness. The timing was impeccable, chillingly so. The world was teetering on the brink of digital collapse, and his own brother was exploiting the panic, turning it into a weapon. But Kaelen couldn't focus on Aris now. His entire being was centered on Elara, on the woman who was battling his monster from the inside. Inside the immersion chamber, Elara felt the quantum chaos trying to pull her apart. It was a sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced, far beyond mere physical discomfort. It was a mental tearing, a fragmentation of her own consciousness as the system tried to force her to conform to its disarray. But she pushed back. She remembered the feeling of her grandmother's antique loom, the rhythmic clack of the shuttle, the tautness of the warp and weft. She remembered the delicate circuits of the old radios she used to repair, the precise placement of each resistor, each capacitor, creating a harmonious flow of electricity. She projected that memory, that feeling of order, into the turbulent quantum sea. She imagined her intuition as a vast, invisible hand, not trying to force the threads, but to guide them, to find the inherent, broken rhythm within the chaos. The effort was immense. Her muscles ached, her head pounded, and a strange, cold numbness crept into her limbs. It felt like she was trying to hold back an ocean with her bare hands. "I can see it," Elara whispered, her voice raspy. "The pattern, there's a deliberate interference. It's not just random decay. Someone designed this flaw. It's an insidious current, a parasitic loop that's feeding on the system's own energy, amplifying the collapse." Margot gasped from the observation room. "A designed flaw? That's impossible. We ran billions of simulations. Every quantum signature was randomized." "Not randomized enough," Elara retorted, a new surge of anger, cold and precise, fueling her focus. "It's subtle, hidden, like a tiny, almost invisible knot in a vast tapestry, pulling at a single thread until the whole thing unravels. It's a signature, Margot. A quantum signature that's repeating, multiplying, infecting everything." On Margot's console, a cascade of new data began to flow, not from her own algorithms, but from the direct neural feed from Elara. Complex, nonlinear patterns, previously invisible to the most advanced diagnostic tools, began to emerge, highlighted and emphasized by Elara's consciousness. Margot's eyes widened, then narrowed in intense concentration. The data was raw, intuitive, but undeniably their asterisk. She saw a repeating sequence, a fractal-like signature that, once isolated, was clearly an anomaly, a deliberate insertion into the core's foundational quantum architecture. It wasn't a glitch. It was a malicious design. "She's right," Margot murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes glued to the emerging patterns. "Good God, she's actually seeing it. The parasitic loop. It's brilliant in its horror." Her fingers, usually dancing across her keyboard with an almost disdainful speed, now moved with a focused intensity, adapting her algorithms not to fight the chaos, but to isolate the specific signature Elara was identifying. The cynicism that had been Margot's armor began to crack, replaced by a dawning, grudging respect. "I need to reroute primary energy flow to isolate that signature. Elara, can you hold the main collapse for just a few moments longer? Just enough for me to create a firewall around that specific frequency." Elara didn't reply with words. Instead, a low, guttural groan escaped her lips. She could feel the quantum energy trying to tear through her, a million tiny pinpricks of agony, a mental scream that echoed deep within her skull. Her body shuddered, every muscle straining. The numbness in her limbs had turned to a profound weakness, but her mind, her core, remained stubbornly focused. She was a dam, holding back an impossible tide. She channeled every fiber of her being, every memory of intricate patterns and harmonious flows, into creating a mental barrier, a temporary reprieve from the escalating chaos. The quantum tide roared against her, threatening to overwhelm her, to consume her. But she held. She was the human touch, not just mending, but enduring. She was the anchor in a storm of pure information, and for a fleeting, terrifying moment, she felt like she wasn't just observing the system's agony, but living it. The weight of the world, quite literally, rested on her perception, on her fragile, defiant will to mend. Chapter 8, A Confession and a Crossroads. The air within the Analogue core had long ceased to feel like mere atmosphere. It was a living, breathing entity, a vast, intricate tapestry woven from pure energy and raw information. Elara Vance had spent days now, lost within its shimmering depths, her fingers tracing the invisible pathways, her mind mapping the resonant frequencies that hummed just beneath the threshold of ordinary hearing. The initial discord she had sensed, a subtle tremor in the foundational weave, had intensified into a cacophony that vibrated deep within her bones, a primal scream of a system in profound distress. Each day, the threads of the system pulled tighter, stretched thinner, threatening to snap. Her senses were heightened, exquisitely tuned. She could taste the metallic tang of ionized particles on her tongue, feel the faint electrical current prickling the fine hairs on her arms. The light, usually a soft, diffused glow from the crystalline structures, now pulsed erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that mimicked the chaotic fluctuations within the quantum realm. It was beautiful in its terrifying instability, like watching a supernova in slow motion, knowing that at any moment it could tear itself apart. This was beyond a simple malfunction. It was a profound unraveling, a tearing at the very fabric of existence, and she could feel every fraying thread. She moved through the labyrinthine pathways with a grace born of deep intuition, her textile artist's hands, usually accustomed to the tactile comfort of raw silk and spun wool, now caressing the cool, smooth surfaces of the quantum processors. Each touch sent a ripple of sensation through her, a direct conduit to the system's pain. She had learned to interpret the nuances of its suffering, the sharp, almost painful thrum of a failing node, a desperate plea for stability, the mournful groan of an overloaded conduit, a sigh of exhaustion. It was a wounded entity crying out, and she, with her unique perception, was its reluctant, terrified healer. The sheer scale of it, the intricate, interwoven complexity, was overwhelming, yet she found a strange, almost spiritual connection in its raw vulnerability. For what felt like an eternity, but was perhaps only hours, she had been drawn to a particular section, a confluence of crystalline filaments that twisted and writhed with a heightened, almost violent agony. The hum here was no longer a gentle vibration. It was a scream, a furious, desperate shriek that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. It vibrated in her teeth, rattled her eardrums, and settled like a cold, heavy dread in the pit of her stomach, a physical manifestation of the system's imminent collapse. This was it. This was the nexus, the very heart of the storm. She knelt, her knees pressing against the cool, polished floor, the synthetic material feeling strangely alive beneath her. Her gaze was fixed on a cluster of interconnected nodes that pulsed with an unnerving, iridescent light. It was a rainbow of pure chaos, shifting from angry crimson, bleeding into sickly green, then erupting into a blinding, ethereal white that threatened to burn itself into her retinas. The instability here was absolute, a vortex of quantum entanglement, threatening to rip itself apart and take everything with it. She closed her eyes, letting her other senses take over. Her hearing stretched, picking up the almost imperceptible whispers of failing quantum states, the frantic dance of entangled particles. She tasted the ionized air, sharp and metallic. She felt the subtle shifts in pressure, the very air around the nexus compressing and expanding with an unnatural rhythm. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed to sharpen, to focus with an almost painful clarity. She saw the threads. Not just the physical conduits, but the invisible lines of energy, the quantum connections, the very fabric of information that Kaelen had poured his genius into. And within that intricate, luminous weave, she saw the flaw. It wasn't a random break, a natural decay, or even an accidental glitch. It was a deliberate twist, a knot tied with malicious intent, woven into the foundational patterns themselves. It was small, insidious, disguised within the larger, elegant design, a clever deception that only her unique, intuitive perception could unmask. But once seen, it was undeniable. A betrayal, etched into the very core of Chrono-Scape. The realization sent a cold wave through her, chilling her to the bone. Her suspicions, whispered to herself in the quiet moments between frantic mending, were confirmed. This wasn't an accident. This was sabotage. The thought solidified her resolve, hardening her spine even as a new wave of fear, cold and sharp, washed over her. It added a layer of profound urgency to her task, a personal offense against the integrity of the system she was trying to save. She knew what she had to do. The human touch Jax had spoken of, the direct interface. It wasn't about simply identifying the flaw. It was about reaching into that maelstrom of entangled energy, feeling the chaotic currents, and with her own consciousness, untangling the quantum knot. It would be like plunging her bare hands into a live electrical current, but infinitely more complex, more dangerous. It would demand everything she had, every fiber of her being, every ounce of her will. She would have to become part of the system, allowing the chaos to flow through her, trusting her intuition to guide the unweaving. The thought made her breath catch, a sudden, sharp intake of air that burned in her lungs. Could she do it? Could she risk losing herself in that quantum storm, becoming just another entangled particle in the vastness of Kaelen's failing dream? A tremor ran through the floor beneath her, a tangible warning. The system was reaching its breaking point. There was no more time for hesitation, no more time for fear. She extended a hand, her fingers trembling slightly, not from fear alone, but from the immense anticipation of what she was about to do, the sheer enormity of the task. Her palm hovered inches above the pulsating nexus, feeling the heat radiate from it, the raw, untamed power thrumming against her skin. This was the crossroads. Her future, Chrono-Scape's future, perhaps even the world's future, hinged on this one impossible act. In the sterile, climate-controlled observation room, Kaelen Thorne watched Elara on the main holographic display, his heart a frantic drumbeat against his ribs, a wild bird trapped in a cage. The display rendered the analog core in exquisite detail, a shimmering, organic landscape that pulsed with subtle shifts in energy, now dangerously close to meltdown. He saw Elara, a solitary figure amidst the glowing architecture, her small form utterly focused, radiating an intensity that was almost palpable even through the screens. He felt a profound sense of awe, mixed with an agonizing terror. He had never seen anyone like her. His world was one of precise algorithms, predictable code, and digital constructs, a refuge from the unpredictable chaos of the physical world. Elara was pure instinct, a living conduit to a reality he had only ever tried to simulate, to control. He watched her hand hover over the most unstable section of the core, the nexus that Margot's diagnostic projections identified as the epicenter of the quantum entanglement. The projected energy readings around her flared wildly, a dizzying array of red and orange warnings that screamed imminent collapse. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at his throat, threatening to choke him. He wanted to shout, to tell her to stop, to pull back from the precipice, to save herself. But he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that she was their last hope. His own agoraphobia had always been a cage, isolating him, protecting him. But now, watching Elara willingly step into a different kind of abyss, he felt a profound, unfamiliar sense of helplessness. He was the architect of this world, its visionary, yet he was utterly powerless to save it or her. He felt a wave of nausea, his stomach clenching into a tight knot. He was losing control, losing everything. He gripped the edge of the console, his knuckles white, the plastic digging painfully into his skin. His breath was shallow, ragged, catching in his throat. The air in the room felt thick, heavy with unspoken tension, a silence punctuated only by the low thrum of the machines and the frantic beating of his own heart. Margot stood beside him, her usual cynical smirk replaced by a grim line across her mouth, her gaze riveted to the technical readouts that scrolled across her secondary monitor, her fingers flying across the interface, running last-minute diagnostics. Even she, with all her disdain for analog methods, seemed to hold her breath, a silent prayer on her lips. "Her vitals are fluctuating," Margot murmured, her voice tight, almost a whisper, laced with a fear Kaelen rarely heard from her. Heart rate elevated, brain activity spiking. "It's like she's merging with the system, Kaelen. This isn't just observation anymore. This is communion." Her eyes, wide and unblinking, turned to him for a fleeting second, a look of profound worry. Kaelen didn't need Margot's clinical assessment to feel it. He felt it in the way his own breath hitched, in the phantom ache in his chest, a sympathetic pang for the woman on the screen. He was connected to Chrono-Scape in a way no one else was, its creator, its soul. And now, Elara was connecting to it in a way he never could, a raw, visceral communion. He was watching her willingly enter the heart of his creation's sickness, and the thought that it might consume her was unbearable. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his temples. Jack stood slightly apart, a silent sentinel, but his stoic facade was crumbling under the immense pressure of the moment. His eyes, usually impassive, were fixed on Elara, a kaleidoscope of emotions warring within them, admiration for her bravery, fear for her life, and a crushing, suffocating guilt that had been building for years. He saw the way she moved, the deliberate caution, the unwavering resolve in her posture. He recognized that look. It was the look of someone willing to sacrifice themselves for a greater good, for something they believed in, even if it meant risking everything. And that look, combined with the escalating chaos on the monitors, was the final, undeniable trigger. He had carried this secret for too long, a leaden weight in his gut, a constant throb of regret and self-loathing. He had convinced himself it was for the best, for Kaelen's own peace, to spare him the pain of knowing. But watching Elara, a complete outsider, a woman who despised the very technology she was now trying to save, put herself in unimaginable danger to fix a problem that was, in part, his fault, was more than he could bear. The burden had become too heavy, too poisonous. His gaze flickered from Elara to Kaelen, seeing the anguish etched on the billionaire's face, the raw vulnerability that Kaelen usually kept so carefully hidden behind layers of digital control and reclusive habits. Kaelen was losing everything, not just his digital empire, but potentially the very woman who was trying to save it, the only one who seemed to understand the true, fragile heart of his creation. And it was all tied to a decision made years ago, a compromise he, Jax, had reluctantly facilitated, a dark stain on his own conscience. He felt a tremor run through him, a physical manifestation of the internal quake that ripped through his carefully constructed composure. His jaw clenched, muscles tight. He had to speak. Now, before it was too late. Before Elara plunged into the quantum abyss and took his chance at redemption, at absolution with her. He took a deep, shuddering breath, the stale air of the observation room suddenly too thin, too confining, pressing in on him. Kaelen, Jax's voice was rough, barely audible above the low hum of the machines and the building tension. But it cut through the strained silence of the room like a jagged knife. Both Kaelen and Margot turned, startled, their eyes questioning, their attention momentarily diverted from the screen. Kaelen's brow furrowed, his face a mask of worry. "Jax, what is it? Can't you see Elara's about to?" His voice was laced with frantic impatience. "I have to tell you something," Jax interrupted, his voice gaining strength, though it still sounded strained, as if dragged from the depths of his being, each word a monumental effort. His eyes, usually so steady and unwavering, darted between Kaelen and the holographic display of Elara, then back to Kaelen, pleading for understanding, for a moment of grace. "It's about the core, about its original design." Margot scoffed, a nervous habit, her frustration evident. "Jax, with all due respect, now is not the time for historical reviews. Elara is literally about to attempt quantum surgery. The fate of Chrono-Scape rests on this moment." "No," Jax insisted, his voice hardening, his gaze locking onto Kaelen's, a desperate intensity in his eyes. "It is precisely the time, because what Elara is about to face, it wasn't an accident, not entirely. This was intended." Kaelen stiffened, his eyes narrowing, a flicker of suspicion replacing the raw anxiety. He took a slow step back from the console, his attention now fully on Jax, a cold dread beginning to coil in his gut. "What are you talking about, Jax?" he demanded, his voice low, dangerous. Jax walked slowly, deliberately, towards Kaelen, the weight of his confession making each step heavy. He stopped a few feet away, close enough for Kaelen to see the guilt etched on his face, the tremor in his hands. He clasped his hands behind his back, a posture he used when he needed to ground himself, to maintain control, to prevent himself from crumbling. His gaze was fixed on Kaelen's, unwavering, forcing himself to meet the gaze of the man he had failed. "When you were first designing Chrono-Scape, Kaelen, when you were laying the groundwork for the Analogue core, you were deep in your agoraphobia. You were a visionary, consumed by the digital world, creating this refuge," Jax began, his voice a low, gravelly confession. "You trusted me. You trusted Eris. We were supposed to be the bridge to the outside, to handle the practicalities, the negotiations with suppliers, the logistics, the oversight of the physical construction that you couldn't be a part of." His voice faltered slightly at the mention of Eris's name, a barely perceptible tremor that spoke volumes. "We were your eyes and ears in the physical world." Kaelen listened, his expression growing colder, a dawning comprehension slowly replacing his confusion. He remembered those days, a blur of anxiety and frantic creation, relying heavily on his brother and Jax for everything outside the digital realm, retreating further into his own crafted reality. The thought that his vulnerability had been exploited twisted his stomach. Eris, Jax continued, his words now a torrent, as if once the dam broke, he couldn't stop the flow, the truth demanding release. He saw the potential of the core, the quantum entanglement aspect. He always saw things in terms of power, of leverage. He pushed for optimizations, shortcuts. He argued they would accelerate development, make the system more flexible, more adaptable for future expansion. He called them adaptive subroutines, in the analog design, specific quantum pathways, designed for dynamic elasticity, to allow for rapid, modular reconfiguration. I was there, Kaelen. I witnessed it. I helped implement some of the logistical changes he requested, ensuring the design teams incorporated his modifications into the core schematics. The last words were a choked whisper, raw with shame. A guttural groan escaped Kaelen's lips, a sound of pure disbelief and dawning horror, a sharp, painful gasp. Shortcuts? What kind of shortcuts, Jax? This is the foundational infrastructure, the very bedrock of Chrono-Scape. His voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a venomous disbelief. He convinced the early design teams, the analog engineers, to integrate certain parameters, Jax explained, his voice thick with self-recrimination, his eyes now welling with unshed tears. He argued for a modularity that inherently created points of potential instability, claiming it would allow for quicker upgrades and modifications without full system overhauls. He framed it as efficiency, as forward-thinking, but it also created vulnerabilities. Weaknesses woven into the very fabric of the quantum weave, points of controlled chaos that could be exploited. I thought he was just being the shrewd businessman, pushing for innovation. I didn't see the full implication. Not then. Not until Elara started talking about insidious patterns and deliberate knots. It all clicked into place, Kaelen. It was designed to fail, eventually. Margot let out a sharp gasp beside them, her eyes wide with a sudden, dreadful understanding, a hand flying to cover her mouth. Dynamic elasticity, adaptive subroutines, that's what Elara was talking about. She said the knots felt deliberate, like they were designed to be there, not accidental. She called them insidious patterns. Oh my God. Her voice trailed off, a chilling realization dawning on her face. Kaelen turned to Jax, his face pale, blood draining from his features, leaving him looking ghost-like. His eyes, usually clouded by anxiety, now burned with a terrible, icy light, a profound betrayal that cut deeper than any physical wound. Eris, my own brother, he sabotaged my core. Why, Jax? Why would he do this? His voice was hoarse, ragged, thick with disbelief and a rising fury. Jax finally looked away, his gaze falling to the floor, unable to meet Kaelen's wounded stare, the full weight of his complicity crashing down on him. He wanted leverage, Kaelen. He always wanted Chrono-Scape. He always believed it should have been his, that you were too, consumed by your own creations to truly lead. He saw the analog core as your weakness, your blind spot, the one thing you couldn't control directly. He built in the potential for collapse, a failsafe for his own ambitions. A way to destabilize the system, to plunge it into chaos, and then step in as the savior. To take control when you were at your most vulnerable, when you had no choice but to cede authority. The words hung in the air, heavy and poisonous, each syllable a shard of glass piercing Kaelen's heart. He swayed slightly, as if struck by an invisible force, staggering back a step, bumping awkwardly into the console. The betrayal was a physical blow, sharper and more devastating than any digital collapse. His brother. The man he had implicitly trusted, relied on, especially during his darkest struggles with agoraphobia, the one he thought understood his vision, had been meticulously planning his downfall, building the very seeds of destruction into the heart of his greatest creation. The bitter irony twisted his gut. On the main screen, Elara's hand finally made direct contact with the pulsating nexus. A blinding flash of pure, raw energy erupted, momentarily overloading the display, washing the entire room in an ethereal, painful white light. The entire observation room flickered violently, the overhead lights dimming then surging, the low hum of the machines spiking into a high-pitched, metallic whine that grated on their nerves. Alarms began to blare. A shrill, insistent wail that pierced the sudden, heavy silence left by Jax's confession, a cacophony of urgent warnings. Kaelen stared at the screen, at the blinding white light, his mind reeling, a dizzying vortex of betrayal, sabotage, and the terrifying image of Elara engulfed in the quantum chaos. His brother. And Elara, now deep within that maelstrom, facing a danger amplified by that very betrayal. The truth, ugly and raw, had finally been laid bare, not just for him, but for everyone in the room. His digital world wasn't just crumbling. It had been actively undermined from within by his own blood, by the very people he had trusted. And Elara, the woman who despised technology, who felt systems with her soul, was the only one who could mend not just the system, but the twisted legacy of his own family, the very foundation of his trust. The crossroads was here, stark and undeniable. He had to trust her with everything. And then he had to confront the darkness that now threatened to consume them all. The weight of it was suffocating. Chapter 9, The Human Touch. The air within the transfer chamber was thick, cool, and carried a faint, sterile scent that somehow still managed to prickle at Elara's nose. It was a smell of ozone and polished metal, a stark contrast to the familiar, comforting aroma of natural fibers and aged wood in her own studio. She took a slow, deliberate breath, letting it fill her lungs, trying to calm the frantic thrumming beneath her ribs. This wasn't just a room. It was a threshold, a gateway to chaotic heart. Her gaze swept over the curved, seamless walls of polished obsidian, reflecting the soft, diffused glow from the ceiling panels. They weren't truly black, but a deep, inky violet that seemed to absorb the light rather than bounce it back. In the center stood the interface itself, a pedestal of the same dark, lustrous material, topped with a concave oval panel of what looked like solidified light. It pulsed faintly, a soft, almost imperceptible shimmer that promised both connection and danger. "You're ready, Elara," Kaelen's voice, a low rumble, cut through the quiet hum of the chamber. He stood a few feet away, his silhouette dark against the softly glowing interface. He was here, physically here. The sheer effort it must have cost him, the raw courage, resonated through the heavy air. She could almost feel the tremor in his hands, the shallow, rapid breaths he tried to conceal. His agoraphobia was a visible shroud around him, tightening, but he was fighting it. For her. For this. Elara nodded, her throat suddenly tight. "As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose." Her voice sounded oddly small in the vastness of the chamber. She turned to face him fully, trying to offer a reassuring smile, but her lips felt stiff. His eyes, usually so guarded, were wide, a deep, worried hazel. He looked pale, almost translucent in the dim light, but resolute. Margot stood near the entrance, a stark monitor glowing with complex data streams beside her. Her expression, for once, was stripped of its usual cynicism, replaced by a tense, almost reverent anticipation. "All systems are nominal on our end, Elara. The quantum dampeners are active. The biofeedback loop is calibrated to your unique neural signature. Just be careful. This is uncharted territory." Her words were clipped, professional, but Elara caught the subtle tremor in her voice. A flicker of genuine concern. It was a shift, a profound acknowledgement of the impossible task Elara was about to undertake. Elara walked towards the interface, her boots making no sound on the resilient floor. Each step felt heavy, deliberate, as if she were wading through an invisible current. The air grew subtly warmer as she approached the glowing panel, a faint electrical tang now mixing with the sterile scent. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the surface. It was cool, smooth, incredibly inviting, yet held the promise of an unseen maelstrom. Remember the parameters, Elara, Kaelen said, his voice a little steadier now, an anchor. The system will try to pull you in. Don't let it overwhelm you. Find the pattern, follow the flow, and gently guide it back. He sounded like a maestro instructing a soloist before a dangerous performance. She closed her eyes for a moment, picturing the intricate, glowing tapestry of the analog core, the image she had held in her mind for weeks. The beautiful, chaotic dance of quantum threads, now snarled, knotted, suffocating under the weight of the entanglement. She could feel it even now, a low, discordant hum vibrating deep within her bones, a song of distress. Opening her eyes, Elara placed her palms flat against the luminous surface. The moment her skin touched the panel, a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, concentrated energy surged through her. It wasn't painful, not exactly, but it was overwhelming. Her vision blurred, the soft light of the chamber rippling and distorting around the edges. She gasped, a small, involuntary sound. The hum she had perceived before intensified, becoming a roar inside her head, a symphony of a million discordant notes. It was pure chaos, a maelstrom of information, of interwoven quantum strings, each vibrating at a different, frantic frequency. She saw them, not with her eyes, but with a deeper, intuitive sense. Gossamer threads of light, impossibly fine, twisting and coiling into impenetrable knots. They writhed, pulsed, and fought against any attempt at order. "It's immense," she whispered, her voice strained. The panel beneath her hands began to warm, subtly at first, then rapidly, until it felt like holding onto a sun-warmed stone. The energy poured into her, tingling up her arms, spreading through her chest, into her very core. She felt like a conduit, a vessel for something vast and untamed. Kaelen moved closer, a ghost of himself, battling his own internal demons to be there. He reached out, slowly, deliberately, and placed his own hand on the panel, just beside hers. His fingers brushed against the back of her hand, a feather-light touch that sent a surprising shiver through her, cutting through the overwhelming sensory input from the core. A fresh surge of energy immediately coursed through both of them, a shared resonance. Elara gasped again, but this time the shock was tempered by a strange sense of grounding. Kaelen's presence, his physical touch, was an anchor in the storm. "I'm here," he said, his voice low, firm, right beside her ear. His breath was warm against her temple. "Focus, Elara. Feel the flow. Let your intuition guide you." He was fighting his own panic, she knew, pushing back the walls of his personal prison all for her. She closed her eyes again, focusing not on the chaos, but on Kaelen's hand next to hers, on the steady, warm pressure. Then, she reached out with her mind, with that unique perception that saw systems as living textiles. The chaos of the quantum entanglement was like 1,000 impossible knots, each one feeding into the next, forming a monstrous, Gordian snarl. Her vision, or rather, her internal perception, was awash in brilliant, blinding light. She was no longer in the chamber. She was within the entanglement itself, a tiny spark of consciousness, navigating an ocean of pure, undifferentiated energy. The threads were vibrant, luminous, shifting colors like an aurora borealis gone mad. They were alive, each one singing its own chaotic tune, creating a deafening cacophony. She focused on one knot, a particularly dense tangle that felt like the heart of the disruption. It pulsed with an angry, erratic rhythm, throwing off smaller, jagged tendrils of energy that lashed out, trying to push her away. A wave of nausea washed over her, a dizzying sense of disorientation. Her knees threatened to buckle. "Easy, Elara," Kaelen's voice, though muffled by the roaring in her head, was a lifeline. His hand pressed a little firmer against hers. "Breathe, ground yourself. You can do this." She fought against the urge to pull away, to sever the connection and escape the overwhelming pressure. But then she thought of the world outside, the disruptions, the looming dark age. She thought of Chrono-Scape, Kaelen's refuge, crumbling. She thought of his vulnerable confession, the pain in his eyes. She couldn't falter. Not now. Taking another deep, shuddering breath, Elara pushed past the nausea. She ignored the lashing tendrils of energy. Instead, she reached out with her mind, her intuition, tracing the individual strands within the knot. It was like trying to untangle 1,000 invisible threads, each one vibrating violently, desperately resisting her touch. She could feel the quantum information, the intent woven into the fabric of the entanglement. Eris's subtle sabotage, the shortcuts, the compromises. It was a dark, insidious pattern, almost like a malicious signature. "I see it," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "The knot, it's a trap, a deliberate twist." Kaelen's grip tightened. "Show me, guide me." He couldn't see what she saw, not in the same way, but through their shared touch, through the incredible conduit of the interface, he was absorbing fragments, echoes of her perception. He felt the discordant vibrations, the resistance, the subtle shifts in energy as Elara probed the entanglement. Elara focused, imagining her own fingers, impossibly nimble and precise, weaving through the glowing threads. She found the loose end, the one that had been tucked away, hidden by the chaos. It resisted, thrashing, but she held firm, her will a steel rod against its erratic dance. She pulled, gently, patiently, feeling the subtle give, the slight loosening of the knot. A wave of intense heat washed over her hands, scorching her skin, and a sharp, tearing pain shot up her arm. She cried out, her eyes flying open. The chamber around her was still, but the light from the interface panel was now a furious, pulsing red. "Margot," Kaelen barked, his voice laced with sudden panic. "Readings, what's happening?" Margot's fingers flew across her console. Energy spikes, massive localized quantum fluctuations. "Elara, are you all right? You're pushing the system to its limit." Her voice was strained, a note of fear she rarely displayed. Elara gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain. It was the entanglement fighting back, defending itself. She wouldn't let it win. She pressed harder, pouring her own focused intent into the interface. Kaelen's hand, still firmly pressed against hers, was now trembling, but he didn't pull away. If anything, his grip became an even more desperate anchor. She felt his fear, yes, but also his unwavering belief in her, his own raw courage flowing into her. "It's resisting," she gasped, her body shaking. "It's like it's trying to hold itself together, to stay tangled." "Then break its will," Kaelen urged, his voice fierce, strained. He was no longer just observing, he was actively participating, pouring his own formidable mental energy into supporting her, into willing the system to yield. "You are stronger, Elara. You can untangle it." She closed her eyes again, delving back into the incandescent chaos. The pain was a distant echo, overshadowed by the absolute focus required. She envisioned the quantum threads, not as raw energy, but as the finest silk, the most delicate lace. She imagined her textile tools, her needles, her hooks, her nimble fingers, working with impossible precision, seeking out the crucial intersections, the points where the intentional sabotage had twisted the inherent design. With a surge of renewed determination, Elara found another crucial thread, woven deep within the core of the knot. This one felt colder, almost metallic, carrying a faint, unpleasant resonance. This was Eris's signature, she realized, a deliberate flaw, a tiny, insidious seed of chaos designed to destabilize the whole. She pulled, harder this time. The chamber seemed to dim, then flare with an unearthly blue light. A low, guttural groan vibrated through the floor, through the very air. Elara felt a violent lurch, as if the ground beneath her had shifted. Her stomach churned. "Whoa," Margot exclaimed, her voice filled with stunned disbelief. The energy signature just fractured, It's restabilizing, but it's reforming in a different pattern. Elara, what are you doing in there? Elara ignored her. She was pulling, untangling, reweaving. It was an act of pure will, a dance between human intuition and quantum mechanics. The knot, the massive, chaotic entanglement, began to yield. Slowly, agonizingly, it loosened. The frantic vibrations lessened. The discordant roar in her head began to subside, replaced by a softer, more harmonious hum. Kaelen's hand, still pressed against hers, felt like an extension of her own. She was no longer just Elara. She was a conduit, a part of something larger, connected to Kaelen, connected to the core, connected to the very fabric of Chrono-Scape. She felt his profound belief in her, his silent plea for her to succeed, fueling her resolve. His presence was not just support, it was a shared burden, a shared victory in the making. She guided the freed threads, meticulously, patiently, back into their original intended flow. It was like repairing a vast, shimmering tapestry, one thread at a time, until the pattern began to emerge, clear and true. The cold, metallic thread of Eris's sabotage, once integral to the knot, became an outlier, a rogue element that she could now isolate and gently, firmly push aside. It wouldn't be destroyed, but it would be rendered inert, harmless, no longer capable of influencing the core. The heat in the panel under her hands began to recede, replaced by a warm, steady glow. The blue light in the chamber softened, becoming a gentle, calming pulse. The roaring in her head subsided into a low, resonant thrum, a sound of harmony, of systems aligning, of balance restored. Then, with a final, monumental effort, Elara felt the last, most stubborn knot unravel. It wasn't a dramatic explosion of energy, but a quiet, almost imperceptible release. A sigh. A deep, collective breath taken by the entire Analogue core. She sagged against the interface, utterly spent, her body trembling with exhaustion. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused. The chamber was still, quiet, bathed in a soft, steady light. The pain in her hands was gone, replaced by a dull ache, a phantom sensation. Kaelen's hand was still on hers, but now his grip was less desperate, more a soft, comforting pressure. He leaned his forehead against the cool, dark surface of the interface, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was fighting tears, she realized, his entire body shaking with the aftermath of his own struggle, his own profound relief. It's done," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible. Her throat was raw, her lungs burned. Margot, who had been staring, transfixed, at her monitor, slowly lifted her head. Her eyes, usually sharp and critical, were wide, filled with an emotion Elara had never seen there before. Awe. The quantum entanglement, Margot stammered, her voice thick with disbelief. It's gone, completely dissolved. The core matrix is showing full stability, not just stable but more coherent than before. It's like it's been recalibrated, mended. She looked from the monitor to Elara, then to Kaelen, her mouth slightly agape. I don't understand. This shouldn't be possible. No algorithm, no code could have done this. Elara didn't have the energy to respond. She just leaned into Kaelen's presence, drawing strength from his warmth, from the shared silence that hummed with victory. Kaelen slowly straightened, his eyes still closed for a moment, savoring the stillness. When he opened them, they were shining, unshed tears making them seem impossibly bright. He looked at Elara, a profound, unspoken gratitude in their depths. He didn't say anything, couldn't. His agoraphobia, though momentarily forgotten in the heat of the battle, was still a phantom weight on him, but he had pushed through it. For her, for the world. He gently, reverently, unlaced his fingers from hers, then took her hand in both of his. His thumb stroked the back of her palm, a soft, comforting gesture. The contact was electric, yet deeply soothing, a silent testament to the extraordinary journey they had just shared. He brought her hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles, his eyes never leaving hers. It was a moment of absolute vulnerability, of unspoken connection, raw and pure in the aftermath of their shared ordeal. Elara felt her own eyes well up, a wave of emotion washing over her, exhaustion, relief, and an overwhelming sense of connection to this man, this brilliant, broken visionary. Their hands, still linked, pulsed with the quiet energy of a world almost lost, and now finally saved. The threads were untangled. The hum was harmonious. And in the quiet space between them, something new, intricate, and impossibly strong had begun to weave itself into existence. Chapter 10, The Unmasking. The core pulsed under her touch, a living, breathing entity of pure, chaotic energy. It was no longer just a hum, but a roar, a silent scream that resonated deep within her bones, vibrating through the soles of her feet, up her spine, and into the very roots of her hair. Her fingers, pressed flat against the cool, smooth surface of the interface panel within the chamber, felt less like her own and more like extensions of the core itself, channels through which the tumultuous quantum entanglement flowed, seeking to overwhelm, to consume. Each surge was a wave, a violent lash of invisible force that threatened to rip her consciousness from her body, leaving her adrift in the raw, untamed current of Chrono-Scape's collapsing reality. She gritted her teeth, a faint tremor running through her jaw. Sweat beaded on her forehead, tracing cold paths down her temples, tickling her eyelashes. Her breath hitched, ragged and shallow, catching in her throat like a dry leaf. Kaelen was beside her, his hand covering hers, a steady, warm weight that anchored her, a silent promise of connection in the face of absolute disarray. His presence, the subtle scent of old paper, and something undeniably human, fought against the metallic tang of the chamber, against the sterile, alien feel of the quantum field. She could feel his focus, a fierce, unwavering beam that pierced through the static in her mind, lending her strength she didn't know she possessed. This was no longer about mending. It was about holding on, about resisting the unraveling, about coaxing the quantum threads back into a semblance of order, one infinitesimal strand at a time. The entanglement was a Gordian knot, but instead of rope, it was woven from pure possibility, from the very fabric of existence, and every attempt to untangle one loop only tightened another, threatening to snap. She could perceive the patterns, yes, the underlying logic, but the sheer force of the chaos was like trying to mend a tsunami with a needle and thread. Her mind, usually so clear in its perception of structural integrity, felt fractured, fragmented, struggling to hold the sheer volume of discordant information. Each quantum fluctuation was a physical blow, a psychic assault. Her vision blurred at the edges, and the metallic taste of adrenaline filled her mouth. A shudder ran through the chamber, a low, grinding sound that vibrated through the floor. A faint, ethereal glow pulsed from the interface panel, mirroring the frantic dance within the core. She closed her eyes for a moment, seeking refuge in the darkness. But even there, the patterns persisted, swirling behind her eyelids like a kaleidoscope of fractured light and shadow. She imagined her own neural pathways, her own consciousness, as a delicate weaver's loom, desperately trying to rethread the cosmic tapestry that Chrono-Scape had become. Every nerve ending screamed in protest. Her muscles ached, a deep, pervasive weariness that threatened to drag her down into the abyss. The weight of the world, or at least this digital world, pressed down on her, an unbearable burden. She wanted to surrender, to let go, to simply float away into the comforting void of unconsciousness. But Kaelen's hand, his warmth, his presence was a tether. Kaelen's voice, a low rumble, reached her through the din, a lifeline. "You're doing it, Elara. Keep holding on." His thumb stroked the back of her hand, a small, grounding gesture that sent a jolt of warmth through her, a reminder that she wasn't alone. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. His eyes, usually guarded, were wide with a fierce intensity, a raw vulnerability that mirrored her own. He was truly here, physically present, defying his own demons to stand by her, to offer whatever anchor he could. It was a silent testament, a profound act of trust that fueled her dwindling reserves. He was breathing with her, his chest rising and falling in sync with her ragged gasps, his own jaw clenched in shared effort. His skin felt cool beneath her palm, but the heat of his spirit was undeniable, a burning ember against the encroaching cold of the quantum storm. "It's pulling," she managed to whisper, her voice hoarse, barely audible even to herself. "Like a tide trying to drag everything out to sea, and it's getting stronger." The words felt heavy, each syllable an immense effort. She could feel the fragile threads of her own mind straining against the onslaught, threatening to snap. He squeezed her hand tighter, his knuckles white. "Fight it. We're here. We're fighting it with you." His gaze was unblinking, unwavering, reflecting the chaotic light from the interface, yet holding an ocean of calm just for her. He could feel the vibrations through their joined hands, the subtle shifts in the core's energy, even if he couldn't perceive the patterns as she did. His entire being was focused on her, on providing the strength, the presence she needed. His own long-suppressed fears, his agoraphobia, felt distant, secondary to the raw, urgent need to protect Elara, to keep her anchored to this reality. Meanwhile, in the control room outside, the atmosphere was shifting, growing colder, more urgent. The ambient hum of the servers, usually a soothing drone, began to pulse erratically, a discordant beat that heralded impending disaster. Margot hunched over her console, her fingers flying across the holographic keyboard, frowned. System integrity is fluctuating wildly, not just localized. It's like someone's trying to force a global reset, unauthorized. Her voice was tight with a barely suppressed panic. The main Chrono-Scape overlay, usually a serene cosmic vista, began to distort, colors bleeding into each other, geometric patterns fracturing into violent, jagged lines. Alarms, low and insistent, began to chime, not the familiar system alerts, but deeper, more foundational warnings, resonating from the very core of the network. Her face, usually pale, was now ashen, her brow furrowed in a desperate attempt to make sense of the unprecedented data flow. Jax, standing sentinel near the main door, his eyes scanning the various data feeds projected onto the walls, stiffened. He saw it too. A sudden, aggressive surge in network traffic, originating from an external source, but tunneling through what appeared to be an internal backdoor. His jaw clenched. He knew this signature. He had seen it before in early development logs, dismissed as a contingency, a failsafe. But it wasn't a failsafe. It was a weapon. Eris. The name burned in his mind, a cold, hard ember. A wave of nausea washed over him, a sickening realization of his past blind loyalty. The screens in the control room flickered violently, then settled on a single, stark image. Eris Thorne's face, cold and triumphant, superimposed over the fracturing Chrono-Scape logo. A pre-recorded message, or perhaps a live feed, began to play, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with venom. "Citizens of Chrono-Scape, and indeed the wider world, it is with deep regret that I announce the inevitable failure of my brother's vision. Kaelen's reckless ambition, his inability to adapt, has led us to the brink. But fear not. I, Eris Thorne, stand ready to usher in a new era, an era of stability, an era of control. The reins of Chrono-Scape are now, by necessity, in capable hands." His words dripped with a manufactured regret that barely concealed his smug satisfaction. The image lingered, his eyes glinting with a predatory intelligence, a stark contrast to Kaelen's quiet intensity. Margot gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. "He's doing it. He's launching the takeover, now, while the core is unstable." Her disbelief quickly turned to fury, a hot, searing anger that momentarily eclipsed her fear. "He's going to destroy everything. He's going to collapse the entire network just to seize control." She slammed her fist on the console, a small, futile gesture against the digital onslaught. Jax didn't react with a gasp or a shout. His face was a mask of grim determination. The past, a tangled mess of loyalty, regret, and unspoken compromises, flashed before his eyes. He remembered the clandestine meetings, the hushed conversations, Eris's persuasive whispers about redundancy and emergency protocols during the initial design phase. He had dismissed them as necessary evils, a pragmatic approach to a complex system. He saw now, with horrifying clarity, the true extent of Eris's insidious planning. This wasn't just about money or power. It was about absolute dominion, carved out of chaos. A cold, hard knot formed in his stomach. The memory of his initial belief in Eris's vision was a bitter pill. He had been so blind, so trusting. His gaze flickered to the chamber where Elara and Kaelen were working, bathed in the eerie, fluctuating light of the core. Elara, vulnerable, stretched to her breaking point. Kaelen, fighting his own inner demons to be there for her. He remembered Elara's quiet, insistent observations about the intentional flaws, the subtle misalignments that felt less like accidents and more like malice. He remembered Kaelen's raw honesty about his agoraphobia, his trust, his quiet strength. His loyalty to Kaelen was absolute, but it had been clouded by his own complicity, his own silence regarding Eris's manipulations. No more. The choice, though painful, was clear. The scales had finally tipped. Without a word, Jax moved. He strode purposefully to a discreet, unmarked console tucked away in a corner of the control room, one that even Margot rarely used, believing it to be a legacy diagnostic port. It was an access point he himself had designed, a master key to the very architecture Eris was now exploiting, a testament to his own past short-sightedness. His fingers, usually so steady, trembled almost imperceptibly as he engaged the terminal. This was a direct access point, one he had designed himself, a master key to the very architecture Eris was now exploiting. He knew the backdoors, the hidden pathways Eris had insisted upon, veiled as executive override functions. He had built them, and now he would dismantle them. His breath was shallow, his heart hammering against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against his sternum. The ghosts of his past decisions crowded around him, whispering accusations. He had believed he was protecting Kaelen, protecting the project, by allowing these contingencies. He had been naive, blind to the true nature of Eris's ambition. His guilt was a bitter taste on his tongue, acrid and sharp, but it fueled his resolve. This was his chance, perhaps his only chance, to truly atone, to clean the slate, to set things right. The weight of his past complicity was almost crushing, but the thought of Elara and Kaelen, vulnerable in the chamber, pushed him forward. His hands flew across the keyboard, a blur of motion, inputting a complex sequence of commands, bypassing firewalls that Eris himself had put in place, using the very vulnerabilities he had helped create to undo the damage. Lines of code scrolled across the console, a frantic, silent battle playing out in the digital realm. The main screens, still showing Eris's smug face, began to glitch. The overlay flickered, the triumphant smile briefly replaced by a fragmented cascade of binary, then a momentary, startling flash of static. "What are you doing, Jax?" Margot cried out, tearing her gaze from Eris's broadcast, her eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. Her voice was sharp with alarm. "That's a direct access port. You can't just bypass the system like that. It's too dangerous." "Me," Jax said, his voice clipped, devoid of emotion, his eyes glued to the rapidly changing code on his screen. He ignored Margot, his focus absolute, his mind a steel trap, every calculation precise, every keystroke deliberate. He could feel the resistance, Eris's systems pushing back, attempting to lock him out, to deny him access. But Jax knew the architecture better. He knew its weaknesses, its hidden trapdoors. He had helped construct the cage, and now he was freeing the prisoner. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, but he didn't falter. As Jax fought his silent digital war, a new, frantic wave of notifications began to flood the peripheral screens in the control room. Margot, momentarily stunned by Jax's actions, glanced at them. Her eyes widened even further, a gasp escaping her lips. Wait, what is this? External news feeds. They're all spiking. Global traffic. A major story just dropped. Her voice was filled with an incredulous awe, as if witnessing a miracle. A new image materialized on one of the smaller, previously ignored screens. It was a familiar face, a woman with vibrant, unruly red hair and eyes that held a mischievous spark, but now alight with a fierce, almost righteous indignation. Serafina, Elara's friend. Her usually playful demeanor was replaced by a steely resolve, her gaze direct, unwavering, projecting an undeniable authority. Serafina's face, crisp and clear, filled the screen, her voice ringing out with an uncharacteristic gravity, echoing through the control room. Good evening. For months, the world has watched as Chrono-Scape, Kaelen Thorne's revolutionary metaverse, teetered on the brink of collapse. Today, the truth, meticulously concealed, finally comes to light. Sources within the highest echelons of Chrono-Scape's original development team, acting out of a profound sense of ethical duty, have provided irrefutable evidence of a deliberate, malicious sabotage orchestrated by none other than Dr. Elara Thorne. Her words were punctuated by a controlled anger, a simmering fury that resonated with the global audience. Margot gasped again, a sharp, choked sound. The air in the control room crackled with an almost physical tension, thick with revelation and impending doom. Serafina continued, her words precise, damning, each one a hammer blow against Eris's carefully constructed facade. Our investigation, spanning weeks, confirms that Dr. Thorne systematically introduced hidden vulnerabilities and backdoors into Chrono-Scape's Analogue core during its initial construction. These were not mere design flaws, but calculated weaknesses intended to destabilize the system at a critical juncture, allowing him to seize control through a hostile takeover, exploiting the very chaos he engineered. The screen behind her flashed with complex diagrams, encrypted communication logs, and financial transactions, all meticulously laid out, undeniable, damning evidence of Eris's treachery. This was not an accident. This was a coup, orchestrated for personal gain, with the potential to plunge our interconnected world into a genuine dark age. The world deserves to know. The exposé went viral instantly. The sheer weight of the evidence, the clarity of Serafina's presentation, and the timing, precisely as Eris's takeover attempt was underway, created a digital wildfire. News anchors around the globe picked up the story within seconds, their voices urgent, their faces grim, the headlines screaming betrayal, conspiracy, and the ruthless ambition of Elara Thorne. Public outrage erupted, a tidal wave of fury and disgust washing over the internet, shattering Eris's carefully constructed narrative of a benevolent savior. Hashtags condemning him trended globally, his name transformed from a symbol of innovation to one of avarice and deceit. Back in the chamber, Elara felt a sudden, profound shift in the core's resonance. The chaotic roar didn't cease entirely, but its frantic, overwhelming pressure eased, as if a massive hand had momentarily released its grip. The invisible tide, still powerful, no longer threatened to drag her under. It was like a brief, blessed lull in a hurricane, a momentary gasp of air after being submerged. She gasped, drawing in a shaky breath, her eyes fluttering open, her vision clearing slightly. The sheer, oppressive weight lifted, leaving behind only the profound exhaustion. "What was that?" Kaelen whispered, his hand still firmly clasped over hers, his gaze fixed on her face, searching for answers, his own breath catching in his throat. He had felt it too, the sudden, almost spiritual reprieve, a lessening of the invisible strain. Elara didn't have an answer, not yet, but she could feel it. A subtle weakening in the very fabric of the sabotage, as if the threads of malice woven into the core were themselves beginning to fray, to lose their potency, their structural integrity compromised. It wasn't the final solution, but it was a window, a vital opening. The entanglement, still a raging storm, had found a momentary eye, a brief moment of calm. Hope, fragile but persistent, flickered within her. "Something changed," she whispered, her voice still raw but stronger now. "The pressure, it lessened, just for a moment, but it's still there, the core is still unstable." She pushed back against the interface with renewed, if still trembling, resolve. This was her chance. This was the moment she had been fighting for. The path forward, though arduous, was no longer completely blocked. In the control room, Jax finished his work. With a final, decisive keystroke, a green success message flashed across his private console. He had severed Eris's connection, not just from the main system, but from the backdoors he had so carefully cultivated. Eris was locked out, his digital siege broken, his carefully constructed invasion network crumbling under the combined assault of Jax's intervention and the global public exposé. Simultaneously, on the main screens, Eris's face, which had been frozen in a triumphant smirk, began to distort, pixelating violently, his broadcast abruptly cutting out, replaced by a static-filled, transmission-interrupted message. The Chrono-Scape overlay, though still scarred and flickering, began to slowly, agonizingly revert to its original, serene cosmic display, the fractured lines smoothing out, the colors returning to their intended vibrancy. The red alarms ceased their incessant blare, replaced by amber warnings, then green acknowledgments as systems began to stabilize, no longer under external attack, no longer under siege. Margot stared, her mouth agape, first at Jax, then at the screens, then back at Jax. A profound silence fell over her, then a slow, dawning realization. You did it," she breathed, her voice a mix of awe and disbelief, a whisper of reverence. "You cut him off. And Serafina, the exposé, it's everywhere. Eris's stock just plummeted. He's being investigated. It's a full collapse." She looked at Jax, her previous cynicism completely obliterated, replaced by a dawning respect, a flicker of something akin to admiration in her eyes. "How did you?" Jax merely shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the chamber door, his expression unreadable, a weight having been lifted, replaced by a quiet, determined resolve. "He underestimated loyalty," he said, his voice gruff, heavy with unspoken history, with the ghosts of past mistakes finally laid to rest. And he underestimated the power of truth. He had made his choice, and the burden, though still heavy, felt lighter, imbued with purpose, with a fierce, protective instinct for the man he served and the woman who was saving them all. Inside the chamber, Elara felt the core respond to her touch with a newfound, fragile cooperation. The malicious undercurrent, while not entirely gone, was significantly diminished, its power fractured, its influence waning. The quantum threads, no longer actively fighting against her, allowed her to gently guide them, to reweave the tapestry one intricate, delicate strand at a time. The entanglement was still immense, still a monumental task, but the external pressure, the digital assault, had been lifted. She was no longer fighting two battles at once, no longer battling against the chaos and against a hidden, insidious force. She could focus, truly focus, her intuition sharper, her mind clearer than it had been moments before. Kaelen, seeing the subtle shift in her expression, the return of a fierce, concentrated focus to her eyes, felt a wave of profound relief wash over him, so intense it almost buckled his knees. He tightened his grip on her hand, leaning closer, his forehead almost touching her temple. He could feel her exhaustion, her immense effort, but also a renewed surge of determination, a quiet strength reasserting itself. They were not out of the woods, not yet. But the path, once entirely obscured by the storm, had revealed a glimmer of light, a tangible hope. He looked at her, truly looked at her face streaked with sweat, her hair clinging to her temples, her eyes burning with an almost supernatural intensity. She was magnificent. She was real. She was the anchor he had found in the most unexpected of places, the one who had walked into his sterile, digital world and shown him the profound, intricate beauty of the analog, of the human touch, of genuine connection. And now she was saving it all, saving him, saving his dream, saving the world from a dark age. The gratitude that swelled within him was almost overwhelming, a silent, powerful current that flowed between their intertwined hands. The true battle for the core's stability continued, but it was now a focused struggle, unburdened by external attacks. Elara, with Kaelen's silent, unwavering support, began the painstaking process of recalibrating the quantum field, slowly, methodically, thread by painful thread. The dark shadow of Eris's conspiracy, exposed and broken, was receding, allowing them to finally address the core wounds, to begin the true mending. The world outside, reeling from the revelations, watched with bated breath, oblivious to the quiet, desperate battle being waged within the heart of Chrono-Scape. A battle for its very soul, fought by a reclusive billionaire and a textile artist, their hands entwined, their hearts beating in unison against the chaos, a fragile hope blossoming in the face of oblivion. Chapter 11, Aftershocks and Aftermath. The air in the chamber, once thick with the metallic tang of ozone and the invisible, crushing weight of quantum chaos, now hung still, almost sacredly silent. Elara felt the cessation before she saw it, a gradual unwinding within her own nerves, a release of pressure from behind her eyes that had been building for what felt like an eternity. The tempest within the core had quieted, its furious snarl replaced by a low, contented thrum, like a perfectly tuned instrument settling into a long, resonant chord. Her fingers, still splayed against the cool, smooth surface of the interface panel, tingled with residual energy, a phantom echo of the intricate dance she had just performed. Her eyelids, heavy as lead weights, fluttered open. The chamber's ambient light, usually a sterile, unwavering white, seemed softer, infused with a faint, almost imperceptible golden hue, as if the very air had relaxed. She drew in a deep, shuddering breath, the first truly deep breath she'd taken in hours, and the oxygen felt like nectar, cool and cleansing against her parched throat. A profound exhaustion, bone-deep and all-encompassing, swept through her, threatening to buckle her knees. It was the kind of exhaustion that tasted of iron and victory, a weight that promised oblivion and blissful release, yet also a fierce, undeniable satisfaction that hummed beneath her skin. Kaelen was there, a solid, reassuring presence by her side, his hand still pressed against the interface panel just inches from hers. His thumb had been tracing an anxious, rhythmic pattern on the cool surface throughout the ordeal, a silent anchor for them both. Now, that movement stilled. She turned her head slowly, her neck protesting with a dull ache, to meet his gaze. His eyes, usually guarded and shadowed, were wide and luminous, reflecting the chamber's newfound peace. A raw, vulnerable relief flooded them, mixed with something else she couldn't quite decipher, awe, perhaps, or a burgeoning tenderness, an unspoken promise of shared understanding. A faint smile, fragile yet infinitely precious, touched his lips. He didn't speak, not immediately. He didn't need to. The silent language that had woven itself between them over these intense days, born of shared purpose and escalating trust, communicated volumes. He simply looked at her, truly saw her, in a way no one ever had, and in that gaze, Elara found a profound echo of her own triumph. The fractured threads had been rewoven. The quantum entanglement, a snarling Gordian knot of reality and possibility, had been smoothed, its chaotic energies coaxed back into their rightful, harmonious flow. It was done. "Elara," Kaelen finally whispered, his voice a low, husky rasp, as if he hadn't used it in days. He slowly, carefully removed his hand from the interface, then reached for hers. His fingers, long and surprisingly gentle, enveloped her own, still trembling from the exertion. The warmth of his skin was a stark contrast to the chilled interface, a grounding, physical connection in the aftermath of such an ethereal battle. "You did it." The simple words, so understated, carried the weight of the world's gratitude, the stability of a collapsing reality. A tear, unbidden, traced a path down Elara's temple, cool against her flushed skin. She allowed her head to rest against the cool panel for a moment longer, soaking in the quiet triumph, the sheer, incredible relief. Her entire body felt like a tuning fork, still humming with the resonant frequencies of the core. But now it was a pleasant, harmonious vibration, not the jarring discord that had threatened to tear her apart. Margot, who had been a whirlwind of furious keystrokes and hushed commands at her console outside the chamber, now stood absolutely still, her face pale, her usual cynical smirk utterly absent. Her eyes, usually sharp with critical assessment, were wide, reflecting the glowing readouts on her screen. The chaotic red lines that had spiked across the holographic displays were gone, replaced by smooth, undulating curves of emerald green, indicating a perfectly stable system. The Chrono-Scape, Kaelen's digital empire, the very fabric of a global reality, was not just repaired, it was singing. Margot pushed away from her console, the soft squeak of the chair's wheels unnaturally loud in the silence. She walked slowly to the chamber's entrance, her gaze fixed on Elara. There was no trace of her earlier dismissiveness, no hint of her skepticism. Only a quiet, almost reverent wonder. She nodded once, a sharp, decisive movement that spoke more eloquently than any apology. "The flux is normalized," she stated, her voice surprisingly soft, lacking its usual clipped efficiency. "Quantum coherence at 99.998%. It's perfect." Elara finally pushed herself away from the panel, Kaelen's hand still holding hers, providing a steadying anchor. Her legs felt wobbly, like a newborn fawn's, but she managed to stand upright. She felt a profound sense of lightness, as if the burden of the world, which she had unknowingly carried, had finally been lifted. The air circulation system, barely audible before, now felt like a gentle sigh against her skin. Kaelen's grip tightened, a silent question in his touch. He looked at her, his gaze sweeping over her, as if searching for any sign of lingering damage, any wound from her immersion in the quantum chaos. He moved closer, his shoulder brushing against hers, a proximity that would have been unthinkable for him just days ago, a testament to the boundaries she had helped him shatter. His presence was a warmth, a solid reality after the ethereal dance she'd just concluded. Elara offered him a faint, tired smile. "It feels clean," she murmured, her voice still hoarse. "Like untangling the finest silk, only to realize each thread was a universe, and now they all align." Kaelen's eyes held hers, a profound understanding passing between them. He understood, not in the way Margot understood with data, but in the way one soul connects to another, sensing the echo of a shared, impossible journey. His hand moved from hers gently, almost hesitantly, to cup her cheek. His thumb brushed over the tear track, a soft, intimate gesture that sent a ripple of warmth through her weary body. "You saved it all, Elara," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You saved me." The vulnerability in his words, the raw, unvarnished truth, pierced through her exhaustion. It was a confession, not just of gratitude, but of a deeper reliance, a connection forged in the crucible of impending collapse. She leaned into his touch, finding unexpected comfort there, a quiet surrender to the solace he offered. The sterile, high-tech chamber, a place of immense tension and digital coldness, suddenly felt infused with a fragile, very human warmth. The confrontation with Eris was swift, brutal, and utterly devoid of the usual corporate niceties. It took place in Kaelen's study, a room usually reserved for quiet contemplation, now charged with an electric tension that made the antique leather of the chairs feel brittle and cold. Kaelen sat behind his massive, dark wood desk, the glowing Chrono-Scape logo projected subtly onto the wall behind him, now a symbol of his reclaimed authority. Elara stood quietly by the window, her gaze occasionally drifting to the vast, manicured gardens outside, a meticulously cultivated landscape that offered a serene contrast to the storm brewing within the room. Jax stood sentinel by the door, a silent, immovable force, his presence a stark reminder of the security breaches Eris had engineered. Eris, dressed impeccably in a suit that suddenly seemed to cling to him like a shroud, stood before the desk, his face a mask of furious disbelief, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked painful. Seraphina's exposé, published minutes after Chrono-Scape's full stabilization, had ripped through the global consciousness like a wildfire, detailing Eris's insidious sabotage, his cynical exploitation of Kaelen's agoraphobia, and his ruthless plan for a hostile takeover. The digital world, once his playground, had turned on him with a speed and ferocity he clearly hadn't anticipated. "You have no proof," Eris spat, his voice laced with venom, though a tremor of fear was now detectable beneath the bluster. He gestured wildly at Kaelen, his eyes alight with a desperate, cornered rage. "This is a smear campaign, Kaelen, a desperate attempt to cover your own incompetence. You're unraveling, brother, and dragging me down with you." Kaelen, however, was no longer the reclusive, insecure man Eris had preyed upon for years. The quiet strength Elara had helped him unearth, coupled with the righteous anger of betrayal, had forged him into something unyielding. He met Eris's furious gaze with a calm, unwavering intensity that was chilling in its resolve. His hands, resting lightly on the desk, showed no hint of the tremor they might have just days before. "The proof is in the system itself, Eris," Kaelen stated, his voice low and steady, each word a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of undeniable truth. He tapped a finger on the polished surface of his desk, and a holographic display shimmered into existence above it, projecting lines of intricate code, network schematics, and financial ledgers. Jax provided the initial access logs. Margot verified the backdoors and the design flaws you insisted upon, the shortcuts that introduced the quantum entanglement. Seraphina's exposé laid bare the financial machinations, the shell corporations, the leveraged buyouts, timed to exploit the collapse you engineered with such cynical precision. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving Eris's, a cold fire burning within their depths. "Every single thread of your treachery, from the initial analog core design to the final, desperate attempt to seize control, has been meticulously traced. The unraveling, Eris, is yours alone. Your digital footprint is more damning than any confession." Eris paled further, the blood draining from his face, leaving behind a sallow, sickly hue. He stumbled back a step, colliding with the edge of a pristine white armchair with a soft thud. You can't do this. I'm your brother. Family means something, Kaelen." His voice cracked, a desperate plea replacing his earlier rage. "A brother who tried to dismantle my life's work, endanger millions, and profit from my suffering," Kaelen retorted, his voice hardening, each syllable edged with the pain of a deep, festering wound, yet channeled now into a focused, unshakable resolve. "Effective immediately, all your assets tied to Thorne Industries are frozen. Your board positions are terminated. Your shares are being bought back at a fraction of their value, as per the emergency clauses you yourself helped draft, ironically. Your public image is shattered beyond repair. The legal repercussions, both corporate and criminal, will be extensive. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in, to crush the last vestiges of Eris's defiance. You will be escorted off the premises, and you will never again have access to Chrono-Scape or any part of my life. Consider this the severing of all ties, familial and professional. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the faint whir of the holographic projector and the soft drumming of rain against the window pane. Eris's face crumpled, the carefully constructed facade of power and control shattering, revealing a raw, desperate fear, a man utterly undone. His eyes darted to Jax, then to Elara, as if searching for an ally, a flicker of sympathy, but found only condemnation, quiet and unyielding. His empire, built on deceit and ambition, had imploded, not with a bang, but with the quiet, devastating efficiency of Kaelen's rediscovered strength. Jax stepped forward, his expression unreadable, and placed a firm, yet not unkind, hand on Eris's shoulder. "Let's go, sir." The title was a formality, stripped of any true respect, a mere echo of a past hierarchy. Eris flinched at the touch, a whimper escaping his lips. He offered one last, pleading look to Kaelen, but found no pity there, only the cold, hard glint of justice. With a final, choked gasp of defeat, he allowed Jax to guide him out of the study, his footsteps echoing hollowly down the long corridor, diminishing with each step until only silence remained. Kaelen leaned back in his chair, a deep sigh escaping him, a mixture of exhaustion and profound relief. The tension that had coiled in his shoulders for years, stemming from Eris's constant machinations, finally began to unwind, leaving a strange, hollow ache in its place. He looked at Elara, a soft smile returning to his lips, a glimmer of light in the aftermath of the storm. "It's over." Elara walked towards him, a quiet comfort in her presence, her steps a soft whisper on the luxurious carpet. She reached across the desk, her fingers gently covering his, a silent acknowledgement of the pain and strength she had witnessed, a bridge built between their two worlds. "You handled that with remarkable grace, Kaelen," she said, her voice gentle, understanding. He chuckled, a dry, self-deprecating sound that held a hint of genuine humor. Grace wasn't quite what I felt. There was a profound sadness, too. But seeing his face, knowing he could no longer hurt anyone, no longer corrupt the system, that brought a certain clarity and a necessary closure. His gaze lingered on her hand, a silent question, then met her eyes, a deeper gratitude shining through. "Thank you, Elara, for being here, for giving me the courage to face him, to face it all." Later that day, the estate, still humming with the aftershocks of the crisis, felt different. Lighter, somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted from its very foundations. Jax found Kaelen in the observation lounge, staring out at the rain-swept gardens, a rare moment of quiet introspection for the usually guarded security chief. The droplets streaked down the panoramic windows, obscuring the distant lines of the forest, a soft, melancholy backdrop. "Kaelen," Jax began, his voice low, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture rigid with purpose. "I owe you more than just an apology. My silence about Eris's influence, my complicity in those early design compromises, the shortcuts that nearly unraveled everything. It nearly cost you everything. And it endangered Elara, who was simply trying to mend what I helped break." Kaelen turned from the window, his expression pensive, a thoughtful crease between his brows. "You chose to do the right thing when it mattered, Jax. You stood with us. You helped expose his plans. You saved us." His voice was calm, devoid of accusation. Jax shook his head slowly, a grim line to his lips. "That doesn't absolve me of my past failures. My loyalty in the beginning was misguided, blinded by old debts, a sense of obligation, and a naive belief in Eris's grand, flawed vision. I should have spoken up. I should have fought harder against the compromises. I knew the risks." He met Kaelen's gaze, his own eyes holding a deep, quiet remorse, a heavy burden finally acknowledged. I understand if you want me gone. My resignation is yours, effective immediately. There are no excuses for my part in this. Kaelen walked to him, stopping just a few feet away. The rain outside drummed a soft, hypnotic rhythm against the glass. He looked at Jax, truly looked at him, seeing not just the security chief, but the man beneath the stoic exterior, the man who had struggled with his own conscience. No, Jax, your loyalty may have been misplaced once, born of a past I now understand better, but it has been fiercely, undeniably earned since. You saw the truth. You acted on it at great personal risk. That takes a different kind of courage, a far more difficult one than simply following orders. He paused, his gaze softening. We're building something new, Jax. Not just Chrono-Scape, but a new foundation of trust here within these walls and out there in the world. I'll need you. Not just your skills, but your judgment, your honesty. We will do this differently together. A flicker of surprise, then profound relief, crossed Jax's face, softening the hard lines around his eyes. He nodded, a single, decisive movement, his shoulders relaxing almost imperceptibly. I won't fail you again, Kaelen. I'll help you rebuild properly this time, with transparency, with integrity, whatever it takes. His gaze briefly drifted to the Analogue core chamber, a silent acknowledgement of the complex, fragile nature of the systems they protected, and the invaluable human element Elara had brought to their understanding. This time, the human element will be front and center in every decision we make. The Analogue core chamber, now bathed in the soft, consistent glow of stability, felt like a sanctuary, a sacred space where chaos had been tamed. Margot, usually a whirlwind of focused energy, stood quietly before the interface panel, her fingers hovering inches from its surface, as if sensing a residual warmth, a lingering whisper of the quantum energies. Elara entered, her steps soft, and Margot turned, her expression uncharacteristically subdued, her usual sharp edge blunted by a newfound humility. Elara, Margot said, her voice devoid of its usual sharpness. There was a hesitancy in her tone, a vulnerability Elara had never heard before, a quiet admission of error that spoke volumes. I was wrong, profoundly so. Elara waited, her hands folded gently before her, a quiet patience radiating from her, a calm acceptance that invited honesty. Margot gestured vaguely at the interface, then at the holographic readouts, which still glowed a peaceful, vibrant green. My entire career, my entire worldview, has been based on logic, on code, on quantifiable data. I dismissed what you did as superstition, as an archaic approach to complex systems. I thought it was impossible, an affront to everything I understood about how the world worked. Her gaze met Elara's, and for the first time, Elara saw genuine humility in those sharp, intelligent eyes, a dawning realization that transcended mere data points. But I watched you. I saw the data respond. I saw the impossible happen right before my eyes. You didn't just fix a bug, Elara. You performed a miracle, a true act of creation. A faint blush crept up Margot's neck, a rare show of discomfort. The core isn't just stable, it's cleaner, more efficient. The quantum fluctuations are almost non-existent. My code, my algorithms, they could only ever contain the chaos, wrestle it into submission. You untangled it. You understood something I couldn't even perceive, something that defied every line of code I'd ever written. She took a deep breath, her shoulders slumping slightly, as if shedding a great weight, a heavy burden of ingrained belief. The human touch, the intuitive understanding, it's real, and it's essential. I see that now. I truly do. Elara offered a gentle smile, her eyes soft with understanding. It's simply a different language, Margot, a different way of listening to the system, of feeling its pulse. You understood the grammar of code. I understood the rhythm of the loom. Both are valid. Both have their place. They are two halves of a whole, perhaps. Margot nodded, her eyes still fixed on the interface panel, a new understanding dawning within them, sparking with a different kind of intellectual curiosity. I want to learn, she said, her voice stronger now, infused with a new kind of purpose, a desire to expand her horizons beyond the purely digital. To bridge the gap, to understand how to integrate your rhythm with my grammar. Because what you did here, it changes everything for how we approach core infrastructure. For everything in the future. She looked at Elara, a profound respect finally shining through, an acknowledgement of a wisdom she had previously dismissed. Thank you, Elara, truly, for showing me what was possible beyond the screen. Elara reached out, her hand gently touching Margot's arm, a gesture of shared understanding, of a bridge finally built between their two seemingly disparate worlds. The cold, sterile chamber, once a battleground of logic versus intuition, now resonated with the quiet hum of mutual respect, a new chapter unfolding for them all. The Chrono-Scape was safe, yes, but more importantly, the people who guided it and the world it touched had been profoundly, irrevocably changed. And in that quiet, harmonious hum, Elara felt the promise of a future, interwoven and vibrant, finally taking shape. A future where technology and humanity, code and intuition, could finally coexist in a delicate, beautiful balance. Chapter 12. A New Dawn, a Shared Horizon. The air within Kaelen's vast, sprawling estate no longer hummed with the frantic, brittle energy of impending collapse. Instead, a new quiet had settled, deeper, and more profound than any silence Elara had known before. It was the quiet of a system at peace, a vast, intricate network breathing with a steady, rhythmic pulse that resonated through the very foundations of the building. She could feel it in her bones, a low, comforting thrum that had replaced the discordant clangor that had once plagued her every waking moment here. Elara sat by a panoramic window in what Kaelen now called the observation lounge, a space that had once been a sterile, windowless command center. He had, with Margot's surprised but efficient help, commissioned a team to transform it. Now, it was softened by natural light filtering through sheer curtains that billowed gently with an imperceptible current of air. A plush, deep green velvet armchair cradled her, a stark contrast to the hard, unyielding surfaces she had encountered on her first arrival. She traced the intricate stitching on the armrest, her fingers following the paths of the threads, feeling their subtle tension, their perfect alignment. It was a small, almost unconscious gesture, a habit of a lifetime of sensing order within chaos. Outside, the manicured garden stretched out, a tapestry of greens and muted floral hues under a sky of impossibly clear blue. She saw a lone butterfly, its wings a vibrant splash of orange, flitting from one bloom to another. She hadn't seen such delicate life within these walls before. It was a testament, she thought, to the mending that had occurred, not just within the Chrono-Scape, but within the very essence of this place. A gentle creak of a floorboard, almost imperceptible to anyone else, announced Kaelen's presence. She didn't turn immediately, letting the moment stretch, savoring the stillness. She felt his gaze, warm and steady, on her back. He had a way of looking at her now that was different from before, not merely observing, but truly seeing. It was a gaze that had shed the last vestiges of his reclusiveness, a gaze that spoke of shared vulnerability and profound understanding. He moved slowly, deliberately, not with the hurried, almost frantic energy he had exhibited during the crisis, nor with the stiff, almost robotic precision of his early interactions. His steps were measured, his posture relaxed. He came to stand beside her armchair, not too close, not too far, a respectful, comfortable distance. He didn't speak, just stood, letting the silence envelop them, a shared space of quiet contemplation. Elara finally turned her head, meeting his eyes. They were the color of deep moss, flecked with gold, and held a depth she had only begun to plumb. There was a quiet strength in them now, a resolve tempered by gratitude and a dawning hope. His hair, usually meticulously styled, had a slight disarray, as if he had run a hand through it in thought, giving him a softer, more approachable look. He wore a simple, dark-colored sweater and trousers, the sharp lines of his former attire replaced by something more yielding, more human. "It feels different, doesn't it?" she murmured, her voice soft, almost a whisper, not needing to elaborate on what it referred to. "The world, the air, the future, everything." He nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. More breathable, like the static has finally cleared. His voice, once precise and carefully modulated, now carried a hint of warmth, a richer timbre that spoke of emotions allowed to surface. "It's because of you." She felt a blush creep up her neck, a familiar warmth. It was us, all of us. She thought of Margot, who had approached her just yesterday, not with an apology, but with a respectful, almost shy request for Elara to consult on a new analog digital interface for a Chrono-Scape project. She thought of Jax, who now moved with a lighter step, a weight lifted from his shoulders, finding purpose in protecting the enhanced Chrono-Scape and its new, more ethical direction. She thought of Serafina, who had, with a mischievous grin, announced she was writing a book about the tech titan and the textile artist who saved the world, promising to dedicate it to Elara's quiet revolution. "Perhaps," Kaelen conceded, a small, genuine smile gracing his lips, a rare sight before her arrival. It transformed his face, chasing away the shadows that had often lurked there, revealing a gentleness she knew now was intrinsic to him. "But you were the thread, Elara, the one that wove us all together again." His hand, almost hesitantly, reached out, not to touch her, but to rest on the back of the armchair, just inches from her shoulder. The proximity, the unspoken intimacy of the gesture, sent a shiver down her spine. It was a familiar feeling now, this electric current that ran between them, a silent language they had learned to speak. The Chrono-Scape, rebuilt and reborn, was indeed different. It wasn't just a metaverse anymore. It was an empathic ecosystem. Elara had worked with Margot, not on code, but on the principles of intuitive flow and responsive design. They had incorporated analog feedback loops into the quantum core, allowing the system to sense and adapt to human emotional and physiological states, not just digital input. It was a subtle shift, but profound. Users reported a deeper sense of connection, less anxiety, and a feeling of being truly seen by the digital world. It was technology that served, truly served, rather than demanded or distracted. Kaelen had begun to open his estate, not to the world, but to a select few. He had transformed one of the vast, sterile server rooms into an analog design lab for Elara, a space where she could continue her textile art, her circuit weaving, her explorations into the delicate balance of systems. He would often spend hours there, watching her work, mesmerized by the intricate dance of her fingers, the way she seemed to pull order from disparate strands. He was learning, truly learning, to appreciate the beauty of the tangible, the wisdom of the handmade. And Kaelen himself, the reclusive billionaire, was changing, visibly, beautifully. The first time he had stepped beyond the perimeter of his estate's immediate, biosecure garden, it had been a harrowing experience. Elara had been with him, her hand a steady, grounding presence in his. She remembered the tremor in his fingers as he pushed open the heavy gate, the way his breath hitched in his throat as the vast, open sky above the estate's walls suddenly felt impossibly wide, impossibly empty. "It's all right," she had whispered, squeezing his hand, her voice a soothing balm against the rising panic she could feel radiating from him. "Just one step, then another. I'm here." He had swallowed hard, his eyes wide and unfocused, as if trying to grasp onto something solid in a world suddenly too vast. But then, his gaze had found hers, clinging to it like a lifeline. He had taken that first step, then another, his movements stiff, almost mechanical. They had only walked 100 yards to a small, secluded grove of ancient oak trees at the edge of his property before he had to stop, leaning against the rough bark, his chest heaving. She hadn't pressed him. She had simply stood beside him, her hand still in his, letting the quiet of the grove, the rustle of leaves, the scent of damp earth wash over them both. She had pointed out a squirrel darting up a tree, a robin singing from a branch. Small, tangible details that anchored him, slowly drawing him back from the precipice of his anxiety. Now, weeks later, they walked further. They had ventured into the nearest town, not a bustling metropolis, but a quiet village with cobbled streets and small, independent shops. He had worn a hat and sunglasses, and she had walked close beside him, his hand in hers, a silent pact against the overwhelming sensory input. He still tensed, she could feel it, but the tremors were less frequent, the moments of stillness longer, the smiles more genuine. He had even, to her absolute astonishment, initiated a trip to her old studio. It was a small, cluttered space above a quiet antique shop, smelling of linseed oil, dust, and old paper. The walls were adorned with her woven circuits, intricate tapestries of copper thread and salvaged components. He had stood in the center of it all, turning slowly, his gaze sweeping over every detail, a look of profound wonder on his face. "This is your world," he had said, his voice hushed, reverent. "It's beautiful, Elara. So much life, so much intention." She had simply smiled, a warmth spreading through her chest that had nothing to do with the summer sun streaming through the dusty window. It was the warmth of being seen, truly seen, by him. Their romance had blossomed slowly, like a rare, delicate flower unfurling its petals under a patient gaze. It wasn't a whirlwind, passionate affair, but a quiet, profound connection built on shared understanding and mutual respect. It was in the way he would bring her a cup of herbal tea, just as she was feeling a faint tremor of fatigue in her hands after hours of intricate work. It was in the long, silent walks they took in the estate gardens, their hands brushing, then intertwining, a natural, inevitable progression. One evening, as the last vestiges of sunset painted the sky in hues of deep violet and molten gold, they sat on a stone bench overlooking a quiet pond, the surface mirroring the fading light. He had turned to her, his hand reaching for hers, his thumb gently stroking the back of her knuckles. "Elara," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "I spent so long building worlds to escape this one, to escape myself, my fears. I thought I was creating connection, but I was only isolating myself further." He paused, his gaze searching hers, vulnerable and earnest. You showed me a different way. You showed me how to mend not just systems, but trust. How to find connection in the messy, analog reality of human touch." She felt her heart swell, a sensation both sweet and aching. She squeezed his hand gently, encouraging him to continue. "I don't know what the future holds for Chrono-Scape," he went on, "but I know it will be different. It will be more human. Because of you. And I know," he took a slow, deep breath, his eyes meeting hers, holding them captive, "I know what I want for my own future, my real future." He leaned closer, the scent of his subtle, earthy cologne enveloping her. His gaze, heavy with unspoken emotion, intensified, searching her eyes for any sign of hesitation, any flicker of doubt. "I want you in it, Elara, every part of it. The quiet mornings, the chaotic breakthroughs, the small steps beyond these walls, all of it." Her breath caught in her throat. The words were simple, yet carried the weight of everything they had been through, everything they had become to each other. She could feel the warmth of his hand, the steady beat of her own heart echoing in her ears. A tear, unbidden, escaped and traced a warm path down her cheek. "Kaelen," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, "you don't have to ask. I'm already here. I've been here." She lifted her free hand, gently cupping his cheek, feeling the soft stubble beneath her palm. "And I'm not going anywhere." He closed his eyes for a moment, a wave of profound relief washing over his face. When he opened them again, they were shining, unshed tears making them seem impossibly bright in the fading light. He leaned in further, his forehead resting gently against hers, their breaths mingling, slow and even. "I love you, Elara Vance," he murmured, the words a sacred vow, a revelation that had been building between them for weeks, for months, since the first discordant hum she had felt in the core of his creation. Her own tears flowed freely now, tears of joy, of belonging, of a profound peace she hadn't known was possible. "I love you too, Kaelen Thorne," she replied, her voice choked but clear, her hand still cradling his cheek, feeling the gentle tremor there, a tremor of pure, unadulterated emotion. The world outside them, the vast, intricate Chrono-Scape, was thriving, serving humanity with a new intuition, a quiet empathy born from the delicate balance she had helped restore. But the true miracle, Elara knew, wasn't just in the mended quantum core or the reconnected digital world. It was in the quiet mending of a fractured heart, the blossoming of a connection that bridged two seemingly disparate worlds, proving that the most advanced technology, the most complex systems, truly thrived when interwoven with the ancient, enduring wisdom of the human heart. They sat there for a long time, simply holding each other, not needing words, just the quiet comfort of presence. The stars began to prick the darkening sky, one by one, a shimmering tapestry above them. Elara looked up, feeling the cool evening air on her face, and saw not just stars, but pathways, threads of light connecting everything. A shared horizon, bright and infinite, stretched before them, a future they would build together, hand in hand, heart to heart. The journey had been long, fraught with danger and doubt, but they had found their way through, guided by a compass of intuition and a shared belief in the power of true human connection. And as Kaelen's arm tightened around her, pulling her closer, she knew, with an absolute certainty that resonated in her very soul, that this was only the beginning. Their beginning. The end. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this story, please like and subscribe to the channel for more stories like this.